idea of using prompts and that type of kind of aided zero-shot type of learning, right? Like using prompt injection, I think actually is the way we end up doing a lot of this, because it's much better for me to be able to go in and read what the instructions are for the household. Kind of like being able to say, when I'm gone, here's what I want you to do, right? Or things like that. And so I think plain text is actually one of the better ways to store this type of thing for interpretability. I think the question becomes, how does that turn into things being turned on and off? There's a lot of groups, both inside of Google and outside of Google, that are working on how do you start to take large language models to actually interface with APIs, especially ones that you maybe are not as familiar with, or you've not built against. And so I think there's something there about that too that still needs to be built out a little bit more. But longer term, I think it's plain language. Now, that means that there is ambiguity, and that means there's also going to be misinterpretation. But it becomes much easier for me to be able to say then, hey, this was a bad interpretation of the rules. Because the context inside the home involves an awful lot, right? It involves like who, what, when, where, why, and how. And so what ends up happening is like when I'm in one room, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, that's usually my office. At night, it turns into a guest room. There's a day off, though, which then turns it into a guest room, and so then we need to start to understand, like, why does that exception exist? And so the truth is that inside the home between human beings, we're constantly adjusting through both verbal and nonverbal communication the idea of norms. And so I don't think we'll ever get to the point that a machine will understand all of the norms because they're incredibly complex. Like, even human beings misunderstand them. But they do learn them over time. So like I have some very young children. If they burst into the door while I'm in the bathroom, it's kind of like, please close the door. If they do that in about 10 years from now, it's gonna be like, get the fuck out of here, basically. And so the difference of like what my expectations are change over time as well. Yeah. And so I think that's the thing that's gonna be very interesting about that.
Can I ask another one?
Yeah, sure.
So I just imagine the scenario where I'll be coming into my home and I will have to basically convince all of the devices to do what I want them to do, and they'll be like, no, I'm more happy if I do it in this way, and they won't be listening.
No, I think it's in Ubik, which is a Philip K. Dick book, where he has to like, the door asks him for 10 cents to get in or something like that. And so I think if we allow for capture by all large corporations, and something I didn't include in here, but the question around like who owns the device, who owns the software on the device, who owns the programming of that device. I think thankfully because of the fact that LLMs in general, like very large sparse models are becoming smaller and smaller, that we can start to put them on compute that regular people can actually run. I think we get into the realm where people can start to actually own their own like agents. And that's when I think it changes. That's the problem until then, though. Yeah. No, sorry.
One more, just picking up on the adversarial use cases at the end.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on AI memory for these agents and the need to be able to audit that in case of, rogue scenarios?
Well, yeah, and also like, should it be able to share, like what should it be able to share between devices, right? And I think we start to get into some weird things around like, what is place? Like, what is the history of this kitchen? And how much should I know what is going on inside that kitchen when I'm not there? And I think these are a lot of human questions that we need to decide. And I don't have a perfect answer. But I do think that like eventually, we should be relearning norms over time as well. We do. As like, if you go away from a house for a year, you come back and some furniture has been moved around, it's been adopted to a new use, right? People move furniture every time they have humongous like family events. So a new baby comes home, they have to like reorganize a room. And so I think this idea, and this was something when I was at Facebook, like a portal, right, was like, what does it mean when you unplug the device and then you move it somewhere else? And so should we like require you to set it up again or not, right? Because is it a different set of norms now in that room? So I think there's a lot of good questions though. So, yeah. Sorry.
Hi, Chris. My name is Aarti, and I kind of understand some of the things which you were said because I was trying to implement teachable AI in Alexa.
Yeah.
So like make it reading light mode and ambient mode and all that. So one of the questions I have is, how much of this is actually going to get to practical real life revenue versus how much of it is in like customer value versus, and in certain cases like healthcare, fall prevention and those things are good, but it still seems very much researchy, and I love like the Silicon Valley vibe here.
Well, I would say that like, it has been researchy for a very long time, right? Like when we called it ubiquitous computing in like the late 2000s, right? Like it still was researchy, but there are real things that, like, if we talk about simplistic devices for fall detection, right? We don't need to have like a very complicated device. Now, because we have generalized devices that maybe have cameras, but yeah, I think you have like a lot of the tools to do this type of thing today. It's just that, like, how weird would it be for someone to accept this? And yeah, adoption would be interesting. But I think the good thing is, at least, that with things like Matter, even though it's still kind of not working perfectly for a lot of stuff, I think you're much closer. I think you're closer to experimenting more with this type of thing. Hobbyists that do all the home assistant stuff today, for example, like, they could probably implement something like this much easier. A bunch of details to work, though. Yeah. I think it's possible. I think if you were interested in doing it, I'd say please go for it. It would be awesome. Yeah.
So speaking of smart devices, home, identity, curious to hear your thoughts about the humanoid robots when they're going to hit home.
Sure.
Concerns, privacy, or advice for people who are working on them.
Yeah.
Especially if there are multiple one of them at home, like let's say Tesla, Optimus, or just how do you see it in general?
Yeah, I mean, I keep on going back and forth about what's ideal in this case, because you want someone that's a generalist to be able to deal with a lot of the stuff that happens inside the home, right? Like, even though the dishwasher was an amazing invention, it still meant people were doing dishes all the time. It just was like in a different way than they were previously. And so same thing with like the Roomba. Like it's taken a long time for them to have like auto like removal of this dirt, to all the stuff about charging, let alone stairs, right? And that's the whole thing, I think, for the Astro as well, is there was a great Verge article where they'd gotten some internal documents from Amazon. It was like, it seems like the Astro is trying to throw itself downstairs sometimes. So I don't know what that is, but I think that there's good thing to have specialized devices because they're more likely to do exactly what you want, and they're going to meet more of your expectations. I think what we started to see with things like large language models, right, is that it does not conform to expectations that we had previously. And so I think that's going to be this edge of like, who is it? Negroponte used to call it the yuck factor, which is also referred to as like moral repugnance, which is that when new things come out, they're kind of slightly out of our range of understanding. We haven't figured out the rules and how we should parse them yet. I think animism is an interesting one around that type of idea. But I would say that more likely a vast majority of robotics in the home are probably just really smart devices. And then maybe when we get to that point where it's, you know, below $100,000 price point for these types of like bipedal robots doing a lot of things, I think you get closer to that. But yeah, that's my guess, right? Like, I think you'd rather have a swarm of devices than one weird like thing walking around. I don't know why. I could be wrong. Yeah.
More questions? Anyone? Okay. Well,
Yep.
thank you, Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That's great. Now we have a panel coming up with Eric Frost, Ronald Mikhail Angsley. Let me know if I got that right. Adit Kapoor and Paul Kleen. Come on up. Let's pull these chairs a little bit forward, away from the screen. There we go. Right there. Let's. Yeah, just right here is good. And
Paul or Ron, are they here?
I know Ron was.
I'm Ron.
Oh, this is Ron. Yeah, wait. Adit was running behind, so he might not make it. He was looking for a remote to do remotes on the.
Do we Paul?
Paul. It's a fireside.
We got a chat.
You guys get a lot of time. Yeah. It's a fireside. It's cozy. Chat. We'll make it interactive. So when you're ready to take more questions after talking, I'll run the mic.
That sounds good. So we'll introduce each other. Okay, sure. I've got a few questions. It's on?
You just use the mics. It's for the live stream, and we have some audio. We're getting some feedback, so just project.
Okay. But so it's not going into the.
It's going into the recording. It's going to the
Into the live stream. Okay, great. So we'll talk to the mics. Okay, great. All right. Let me just get my notes up here. All right. Thank you, everyone. We're here today to talk about disruption, transformation tomorrow related to AI. I'm going to introduce myself and then I'll let him introduce himself. My name is Eric Force. Many of you know me as the co-founder and CEO of Bloxy, Web3 CRM. And I'm advisor to Pangea Social AI. I've been working with my co-founder in Pangea Social for about 10 years. Pangea Social is a new kind of AI designed to optimize a social network for creativity and mindedness instead of for moral outrage. And we've invented a new kind of AI that we call cognitive relativity. And what it does is it looked for text that is very toxic, and it gives you kind of an early warning system, a Grammarly style editor, so that you can remove toxicity from your writing, so that we can optimize a social network more for open-mindedness and creativity, and remove the moral outrage that leads to black holes, addictive anger. So this is a short introduction of what I'm working on in AI.
Hi, I'm Ronald, VA alum, former Y Combinator startup founder and VC. I'm currently built an automation platform that allows anyone to custom train a agent specific to their use case, uploading a bunch of PowerPoint, Excel, Word, PDF files to a OneDrive folder, and then it'll output a custom LLM. So hopefully we can open up to the non-technical crowd to really create their own specified agents. And more importantly than everything I just said, going to be a father soon, end of September, and that's what I'm personally excited for.
Congratulations and best wishes on that. So the first question I had, and you know, there's just the two of us. I think we're both going to talk about this and then open it up for questions. Is you know, AI is being compared to fire or electricity, right? So is AI fundamentally new technology like that, or is it even bigger? Is this something like the beginning of a scientific revolution, a paradigm shift that Thomas Kuhn talked about in the structure of scientific revolutions, like quantum physics or the Copernican revolution, or is it that level because we're talking about re-engineering human consciousness and the way we interact with information?
Starting off with a big question. So the way I think of it is it is hard to think of all the possible use cases for AI. It's almost like a failure of imagination to think of everything that can be, right? It's I remember when the iPhone came out, and the fact that you could look up a restaurant on the phone, then call at the same time, game changing, right? Or the GPS, game changing. When I like to think of it in terms of the specific applications of AI, and there's some really specific applications that I can get into that are game changing in my mind, how does that evolve from there? Yes, you can make some grand statements about it, and that can exist in, 5-10 years from now. But before we even get to 5-10 years, I think the next 2 years is going to be very intense and very exciting and very clear use cases. And there is incredible buzz about what's immediately now.
I think that's a great response. And the way I would look at it is that until the large language model AI actually have something like human understanding, as opposed to just being able to predict what's coming next, what should come next, I don't think we're at a scientific revolution paradigm shift yet. But I do think that even with the existing version of ChatGPTs that we have, or that we're on the verge of, this may actually be electricity or fire, that level of a tool that fundamentally shifts culture, has that big of an impact on us.
It's so great the weaknesses now, because there's actually at this very moment a hackathon happening at Stanford hosted by the law school. And if you think of using GPT in the law setting, you're going to raise a lot of red flags, right? Of the preciseness and accuracy and interpretation, which interpretation is everything in the law, right? Now, to that point, there still might need to be more development, or what is a consciousness in order to interpret some of that stuff. But if you, juxtapose that to customer service or, customer support, or, just something like a community manager, where it can answer questions, it can interpret and understand questions in a variety of ways it's asked, and provide a scalability and solutioning for an individual. It meets that threshold of as good as a human being. And for all AI, what it comes down to is it as good as a person? It's that threshold bar. For the legal industry, that's a very high bar. For customer support, level 1 customer support, that's a lower bar. So as AI gets better, it will clear more bars, but the bars it has already cleared is pretty damn exciting.
So this is going to bleed into this next question, which is, we've been hearing warnings from Eliezer Yudikowsky, from Tristan Harris, from Jeffrey Hinton about the dangers of AI, ranging from large language model AI that undermines the next election because of deepfakes, all the way to what Eliezer talks about, AI that convinces someone to release chemicals to different people who can then combine them in a way that creates a chemical warfare that just kills everyone. Obviously, in the Matrix, we heard warnings 20 years ago that AI will enslave us into these personal incubators of metaverse, right? So do you share those concerns? Do you think that AI is an existential threat or not?
I think Instagram likes have already enslaved the kids nowadays. It's already over. Yeah, there can definitely be dangers to any new technology, right? And no matter what we do as a society, there will always be pushing the boundaries, whether military applications or competitive applications. To assume that we stop development is kind of a foolhardy a naive way to look at things. It's about how do you control it. So, I mean, you can have CRISPR technology and development of all those sciences, and to this day, I think the last 20 years, we haven't really had human cloning, right? And that was a big fear that came up. When it comes to the power of AI, there is for-profit motive in order to keep things in check, because, there's Bard and Palm, and then there's Microsoft's GPT. Twitter's coming out with its own thing, and there's going to be a competition of these different approaches, and I think that will keep things in check, because it is for-profit motivation to elevate above that. So on the commercial end, that's how I view it. Now, you'll always have kind of the CIA black sites where they develop their own custom thing, and I don't know, what can we do in this conversation, what can this audience do to meaningfully impact that? But what is within our control, I tend to be an optimist.
But it also sounds like you're a free market libertarian. Like, you don't believe that we need any regulation, any guardrails, that the free market will just police this and take care of it, get rid of bad actors. I mean, do you believe that's true for Wall Street?
I mean, it's important to balance regulation versus pushing competitiveness out. We saw this in the blockchain world, the U.S. incredibly regulated blockchain, and as a result of that, a lot of these protocols have moved to other countries outside of the U.S. jurisdiction, and that can be incredibly dangerous if you push it to that extent. So work with it, be friendly, have a common sense approach, and if you want to dive deeply into what is overregulation versus underregulation, I think that is possibly its own talk. But there's always it depends gray line you have to straddle, and I tend to believe that we can straddle it, and honestly, it's the role of the government to kind of do that. Everyone in this room, it's our responsibility to find something that's incredible product market fit success to the point where it escalates, where the government is then more motivated to regulate. So, yeah.
Did you watch the Senate hearings last week?
Tell me more about it.
Okay, so who watched the Senate hearings last week with Sam Altman being grilled by the Senate? Great. So here are some of my takeaways from it. So, they identified some of the core ethical issues throughout the panel, which were deep fakes impacting the election and democracy. And actually, just a slight digression on this one. Who knew Peter Eckersley? He just passed away a few months ago, and I watched him in Los Angeles in 2019 at LAIA talk on a symposium about AI ethics and fairness, and Peter was the research director at the Partnership in AI. And he mentioned a key ethical problem on which he's working, which is the safety of AI systems and how you design to avoid unintended consequences and misspecified objectives. For example, how do we ensure that the optimization of a social media news feed doesn't mess up your political system? So do you have any thoughts specifically on social media AI and how that can be improved?
So to this point, it has kind of been up to individual companies how they want to optimize the algorithm. There's been different approaches, like the way TikTok has that one video at a time approach versus Facebook's news feed. And that is a natural element that leads to competition again. Sorry for having this theme over here.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to say, hey, you know, the guardrails, Microsoft's GPT, they say, hey, you have to say it's a GPT. You're not allowed to pass it off as something that's not, right? But in 3 years, someone from another country comes with an open source version, and you can't legislate against them because they're in a different country, and then they make it available, and you try to block that. But you know, we can kind of even see from blockchain that copycats can sprout up all over the place. Like, did we do a good job stopping piracy? No, but Netflix created a better solution, and people are fine just paying for Netflix subscriptions right now. So when it comes to how do you stop, whether it's deep fakes in political elections or misinformation that is being created, you can try to put guardrails around that and say not allowed, but I think there is an inherent market motivators for doing things in the right ways. That, you know, will naturally lead to that happen, because we could litigate all these arguments 5-10 years ago for all these emerging technologies that could have been the doomsday for all society. We're here in 2023. I think things are okay now. There's always going to be problems, but you know, I think we've avoided the doomsday scenario at least up until this point.
Yeah, up until this point. I mean, what I would answer the question a little differently than you. I mean, what I would say is that if that social network is ad supported, and look at Reddit, look at Twitter, look at Facebook, look at YouTube's algorithm for the way it recommends the next video, they all optimize for moral outrage. And this is something that Zeynep Tufekci wrote about 7 or 8 years ago in Twitter and Material, right? She interviewed all the engineers, and if you've watched The Social Dilemma, like, you know that's what they do, right? So I would say that, first of all, you can't have an ad-supported social network. They will always have the economic imperative to optimize for outrage, to get more time and attention on their platform, more addictive anger. Otherwise, they can't hit their next quarter goals in terms of growth metrics, right? So you have to have a subscription-based social network. It has to be subscriber-based, I would argue.
I think Elon Musk would agree with you.
Exactly.
But I don't think enough people use Twitter Blue for that to be consequential.
Well, that's because there's not enough incentive there. There's not enough value there. You have to have a subscriber model that delivers enough value. And at Pangea Social, we believe that the way to deliver that value is through a subscriber network that 4 out of every $5, let's say, that someone pays for a monthly subscription goes into a treasury that then gets returned to all the creators of the network.
I mean, if you look into historically, news networks for the last century have been off an ad-supported model.
That's right.
And human nature, evolutionary, we're hardwired to have a preference towards fear over happiness, because it is a survival mechanism.
That's right.
So how do you naturally, impulsively overcome that? Is the way I see it is that it is a natural progression. And if you even look at the internet has created fragmentation of communities towards a very specific hardcore extremes, not just in the political spectrum, but in all sorts of areas, right? Mm-hmm. In some ways, it creates very beautiful sub-communities that otherwise could not have existed. In other ways, we have the flat Earth Society.
That's right. So like, they should be allowed to have those beliefs and say whatever they want. Right? They want to censor their free speech.
Yeah, and then it'll be interesting to see how that evolves. I remember The Athletic was a Y Combinator back subscription only publication for sports media, and they poached the best writers from every area and every team and said, you know, join $1 a month, $3 a month, and you get to read premium content. They don't go for the advertisers, so they can write 2,000-word nerdy articles like on your, you know, favorite Philadelphia 76ers sports team. But I think, was it last year or something, they opened it up to advertising because I guess the model didn't work. So, I mean, I think with blockchain and tokenization, it is possible for that model to work, and that's what is interesting about Web3 to me. But if you look at it in aggregate, like humans, you know, human nature, they're selfish, they're focused on fairness, they want free stuff and easy and convenience over things like privacy or whatnot.
Yeah.
But there's always exceptions, but in the aggregate, it is what has made money. So it'll be interesting to see how that evolves. It'll be interesting.
Say more about it. How do you think blockchain and tokenization can help?
Because with blockchain and tokenization, instead of, you know, you making a company making money off of an ad, they have a distribution of, I don't know if he's looking at this right now, securitization tokens. And then, you know, by having equity in the company, if you watch a YouTube video, you get some of that early equity, and then you share with their friends, and in a Ponzi-ish way, they get a little bit less equity. And then, so if you're an early adopter of YouTube, you have a lot of YouTube tokens because you watched early, right? And YouTube, the company, has the most tokens. So that's a gross oversimplification. Thank goodness we don't have the near blockchain guy here today. But you know, there's interesting business models to play with. But
So you think that it's like shared ownership through tokenization will create better behavior? You're saying?
Well, I'm not talking about better behavior. I'm saying as a way to replace ad-driven business models. Every business model has its own pro and con, right? It's just about how do we as a society navigate through those various
There you
pros
go.
and
There you go.
cons.
And so, so this gets back to regulation. So you talked about how, well, we have television using ad-supported models. Everyone uses ad-supported models. It's a force of nature, right? But we also used to have something called the Fairness Doctrine, which was regulation that we had in place from 1947 to roughly 1987 when Reagan got rid of it as part of his complete deregulation regime. What the Fairness Doctrine did is it says if you give time to the most extreme political viewpoints on the left, you have to give an equal amount of time to those viewpoints on the right. And guess what? We didn't have the kind of social disruption and fragmentation that we had now for the last 20 or 30 years when we had a rule like that in place. So let's go back to the Senate committee hearing. So obviously the number one thing they identified was the danger to democracy itself, the deep and undermining our election. They also talked about how does AI create a more fair distribution of value, access, and diversity, especially with under-resourced languages. So right now there's a huge bias toward English. Another thing they identified, bias in image recognition. Possibly allowing the cars to run into more easily. Job displacement is obviously a huge, actually ethical issue that we have to deal with. And then are there even more manipulative ads now based on large language models being able to hyper-personalize content to people? Minority report scenario. Policing is an ethical question. And then, of course, national security. We have foreign bad actors, all of the people enabled over the world to spread authoritarianism through social media algorithms and micro-targeting. There's a long list. And so the panel concluded, what a lot of the questions we're talking about is it's probably going to be some regulation, some new agency, some government intervention, which I believe actually can work, which, like it did with the Fairness Doctrine, what we should try that. Private labs, private companies that will police it. Kind of to your point. But I think the real takeaway from the panel was, so that's what
it is always going to be a combination of both, and what exactly is the shifting line over time technology progresses and society progresses. It's not a one shot, right? And the company was a historian, a lot of good facts, and I appreciate that. To personally, growth of internet has created a lot of just reputation conflict. It's hard, like for example, Washington, to really hate on each other when they go to the backyard barbecues, a fellow congressman, and they go there for an afternoon chat and bring their kids and then just share amongst each other. Versus nowadays, everything is done on stage to a YouTube or Twitter audience, just show their views to this outside world. They're not speaking, they're speaking, and people are working remotely, and they're not face to face, and you don't see them as human beings. And when you're behind a screen, it's for me to. And now with AI, I don't even have to do it. I can create an agent that does it for me, right? And so, so much of this is solved with face-to-face, interpersonal interaction. I guess if we go back to your original question, is it the next electricity fire? I don't think AI can become this grand overlord over our lives. We are people. We are emotional creatures. The face-to-face interactions mean so much. And AI is assistive, but I think it is a fundamental. So many of the fundamental elements within our professional lives and our personal lives.
I agree. I believe that we should, and it's encouraging to hear many of this talk about that AI should, in its highest form, help us, assist us, augment our ability to think, not replace us. And I think that's really what we're working toward. So, is move fast and break still the right approach in this town, in Silicon Valley, San Francisco, in the age of AI?
Does it matter if it's going to do anyways?
They've been talking about a sixth, if they put hold, they've been talking about these 6-month moratoriums, but no, this is a great question. People will just always move fast and break things. You can't stop them. There's no way to do it.
Yeah, no matter what we say publicly, the military is going to do what the military does, right?
Yeah.
And I remember, again, we bring up all these historical stories, drone warfare and everything, swarms and whatnot, versus the fun, cute YouTube MIT lab videos. So these things will always evolve. It's just about what, as we as private citizens and entrepreneurs and creators can do to try to do it in a positive way, for what we have. And just my personal thought, what can you control in this situation?
No,
right?
that's great, and that actually dovetails in my last question. Then we'll open it up, which is, what are some of the positive transformations you are the most excited about with AI? And you've already touched on a bunch of them, but can you talk about some of the specific applications that you're building or that you see out there?
For a lot of organizations, scaling, hiring is the hardest thing in the world, because every person you bring into your company changes your company culture, right? But if you're scaling, you kind of need to go and run and hire and handle like customer support capacity. And so the beauty of AI is that it's not a replacement to your whole customer support staff, but it is an assistive tool that answers all the level 1 questions, right? Whether you're at a hackathon and it's asking, does this hackathon end at 5 o'clock or 6:30, right? Or a crypto project saying, what was this guy's job before he started this crypto project? Now that enables you to say, instead of hiring in the next month, we could spend 6 months hiring someone, and the person we hire in 6 months can have this high level skill that this generative AI cannot do yet. And that is what's really empowering organizations. It's such an amazing horizontal technology because it can apply in so many different industries, again, to enhance their workforce rather than replace it. Like last I checked, McDonald's has ordering kiosks, but they still have people at the counter, right? It just enables them to be more efficient and handle better the workload better. And so I think AI in the immediate, 5-year future will have that. When you get to the 10-year future, that's speculative involving technologies we haven't developed yet. So that's just a sci-fi conversation. But for now, I see a lot of great beneficial factors there that I think every organization will want. And that's why my personal life focus, like if it's introduce a little mini show here, it's just to enable it for people as cheap as possible, lowest price possible, and let people create their own custom GPTs and see, if it could really help your organization in a specific way.
That's great. I'll just answer it by saying that I'm a fan named Aiify.io. Does anyone know of this amazing technology? So if anyone has a startup, this is basically just I think it was called a flowchart AI. It's just an AI that automates really repetitive tasks that someone would have to do in business development and inside sales. It turns out that if you manage inside sales team, people hate doing that work. There's very few people who just love cold calling, out emails, and So I'm really excited about August found LinkedIn drip campaign. My calendar full of demos and tools all week long, and AI that allows on top of that actually do calls the more advanced sales. That's going to be real support for advancement, human growth, and I love that.
Yeah.
So,
On AI, right? We're meaning in the very dystopian future.
Right.
I'm what you think.
Yeah.
This has
Yeah.
something to do with your job.
Right. That's right.
Everyone.
Yeah.
So how can you do this thing you don't like? Have AI do some or all of it, so you can focus your time on stuff you do like.
Exactly. So,
Part of the market is like a multi-trillion market. So let's focus on that. And then we'll worry, like the Terminator scenario, you know, we'll get there. But when we have self-driving cars, you know, then I'll start thinking about it.
I haven't seen them around the city. They're completely empty.
There's safety drivers and everything. It only operates after 10 o'clock.
That's right.
There's stuff breaks all the time.
They're out there. So
I have Tesla FFD. It doesn't work that.
I'm different from you. And here. We're right on the very alarming shit that's happening, but also very positive. And so, I am positive. Up people do higher, more productive work, but I'm also optimistic about what it enables in Web3. Ownership of content, ownership of data through tokenization, and I think the combination of AI, blockchain is going to be integral to being able to have a more positive future that keeps people accountable and also be transparent at the same time while protecting privacy. So, you know, it's interesting. Anyone who's been for a few years, saw like 4 or 5 free meetups to every one AI meetup just like 3 to 5 months ago, and that's it. But I don't think these technologies are mutually exclusive, and I think actually the way forward and a better future will be we work these, you know, technologies together in combination.
Yeah, way to go. Diseases you have every month.
Yeah.
Like, there's always going to be trends, but whether it's with chain stuff, AI stuff, it will be so, you know, ubiquitous that it is the background. It is something we actively consciously think about. It's just part of our daily lives and integrated in our natural workflows, which will hopefully help do a better job. But we're born in our own, you know, personal strengths and skill sets.
Absolutely. So, we're at the time or anyone else wants to join the conversation?
We do. So if you two can share that mic, and we have Web3 came up, and also industry. So we do have a PhD in that realm. To invite a doctor, also from 3, kind of just genome DAO, mid. So yeah, join the conversation. You have some thoughts on the Web3 aspect and AI as it approaches. I think we're going to be working on a conference. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry for dragging you into this.
I'm happy to be dragged in.
So if anyone has a question, wants to join this conversation, we've got 5 more minutes on this. So just raise your hand, and I'll try to get the mic to streamline fashion.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest things when thinking about what Web3, how Web3 and AI can work together is there's so much content being generated right now. How do you know whether that content is being generated by a human or an AI? Well, graphically hash it, right, and see where the source was. Right? If it's connected to a wallet that you know is owned by a human, boom, then you know that's human. And I think in terms of verifying, you know, the owner of something, especially when it comes to things like intellectual property, medical data, you know, things that are really important, we want to make sure that we can know what the original source was, where it came from, how it was generated.
Share the mic there, and then anybody have a question?
That was, you guys, that's really all I have to add to that.
Okay, as a super short question said, just cryptographic hashing results in humanity basically. I don't know because here's been stuff
Well, you know who the owner of a wallet is. Well, if it's a public wallet, right? My wallet address is on Ethereum is flowscience.eth, right? So if something is published by flowscience.eth, you know it's mine. But they don't have my wallet.
Oh, your personal wallet.
Right.
Yes, it's your personal wallet.
Right. Right.
But I was just saying,
Yeah. I just told you what it was. So yeah, yeah. That's how. That's how.
That working in the Web3 space before diving into AI events, I think we were really looking at the intersect between Web3 and AI, and I think the fruits, right now, before in Web 1, I'll get on camera, nobody knew if you were a dog on the internet, right? Now nobody knows if you're AI on the internet. So with crypto and fruits and signatures that food, we can claim ownership of our own content. And then there's content out there that might be fake if it's not backed by a reputable source that's signing that it's authentic, that you're trusting. You can trust in this whoever you want to trust. You can trust in AI. But I think that's where Web3 has a big role to play, especially when it comes to deep fruits. We don't have to get much deeper, but if you know what I'm talking about, you can start to see how that can start to help us determine what is, basically we all, freedom of speech, but who's talking? Right now, where a lot of the speech out there is masked behind some opaque wall, whether, basically dark money, whatever it is. So we don't really know whose voice that is. We don't know if it's true. Maybe Web3 combined with AI can help solve that problem.
And so WorldCoin is one of Sam Altman's other projects that attempts to do the same thing by cryptographically storing everyone's biometric information. And there's a lot of controversy about that right now, and a lot of controversy about how people are getting remunerated for giving people their iris scans to Sam Altman's company. Is that really the best way to do it? Is biometric information going to be the way to tokenize it and verify identity?
I don't have the answer to that.
Market.
Yeah, and so my thought was so amazing. People have so many amazing ideas. It's the limitation of who has access to create their own agents right now. So what we're doing in the Stanford Law Hackathon is because we can rapidly create customized GPT agents, we're using the personality profiles, people, ethnic minorities, different life situations or different emotional states to present empathy training for different practitioners, whether it's a clinician or whether it is a lawyer. If I can spin up, 200 personality profiles and even specific to a case or specific to a client, then I can chat with them, and if they sound like a normal person and they look like a normal person, that's a pretty good simulation, so that when I go and I interact with that person in real life, I'm better prepared for it. Because if you look in the legal industry, only 14% of the people are of color in the legal industry. 86% of the lawyers today are white, versus in the United States, 46% of them are minorities. So versus how COVID and pandemic changed the way we approach each other in a sense, or work from home, right? So if you have the ability to, on demand, in less than a day, train a custom GPT, yeah, you can create a custom agent for your Shopify store, but there are so many creative cases I talked about, like with empathy training, that let's open it to the world to do it in a very cheap, low-cost way. And so, our approach was, my engineer can't touch a line of code when it creates a new GPT. It has to be all automated. It has to be uploading a file to a Google Drive. And if we can do that, which we did, then we really open up the floodgates for people to create their own amazing use cases I could never personally think of, right? So, yeah.
Can I see a follow-up to that?
Just before going back there, I want to introduce, am I pronouncing it correctly? Kapoor? Okay, who just made his way all the way here and ran a little bit late. He's actually on the panel, and want to give you a chance to say a few words about this subject matter.
Yeah. What's the bottleneck when creating new GPTs like that? And creating more and more, like creating better ones, the bottleneck, and creating better ones faster.
Well, it's training time historically, and then like the time it takes for them to ingest the data and then output something, and then what platforms it can be on. By us crashing all of that, a new bottleneck is just price, which is server cost plus, licensing costs, right? So yeah, but that's an incredibly low cost, and it's exciting how it's now opened up to the world. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm Adit, and I work as a data scientist at international engineering, stuff for a lot of other stuff. And it's completely different for the medicine industry. At NIH, we see that a lot of prompt engineering stuff, or it's completely in prediction areas like predicting heart attacks or something. So I think GPT based on the government side or the medicine side or high impact areas can revolutionize. And I think building that requires a lot of regulation, because you cannot just create a GPT for, say, protein design and then expect everyone to use it. It needs to have some guidelines, because if I use for like protein design or some high impact areas. So, yeah, but then there's a lot of scope for innovation, and then I think there was a question that is GPT or is AI like electricity or fire or like any technology. I think it's much more than that. It's much like on a 100x scale. It's a much more important technology. And basically, what we require is, should we use it like we have to use it for the betterment and not for like the bad stuff. It needs regulations, it needs guidelines, and we need to use it for high impact areas that take a lot of time. For example, vaccine creation takes 10 years. Let's say using GPT we can reduce that to 2 months or 1 month. Then that is basically very, very favorable outcome, and then it can basically advance the human race by a lot. So I think based on all the GPU technology and everything, we should take it as the final technology, or the first and the final technology that can revolutionize the world in a way that we cannot imagine. Yeah, that's it.
Let me put it back out to the audience. Does anybody have any more questions on this topic? Okay, let me go back over this way. And then raise your hand now, and I'll note of a couple people and run over there, and we'll move on to the next presentation without here.
Hey, Eric. Quick question for you on Pangea Social. I worked in the trust and safety industry for a while, and a lot of the the largest customers were social media networks that wanted to clean up the bad stuff that seems to keep popping up in their network. How are you guys going about, there are clearly things like self-harm and child abuse material is clearly black and white. One of the toughest areas is misinformation and disinformation. We saw this with the recent elections in Brazil and Kenya, and how all the different factions were spreading stories that they wanted to get out there that were untrue about the other side. For those more sort of black and white, not so black and white, gray areas, how are you guys thinking about that?
pure idea rather than the combination of a financial intelligence and AI that can actually detect that is how we believe we can get rid of a lot of that. We're still going to have traditional content filters to remove obvious shouts, obvious hate speech, just like how far that can go to your country and create. And so our hope is in private data and critical testing, what we're seeing in the preliminary results is that this is possible to auto-model in such a level that will remove a lot of creators that we just don't want to are leaving social media.
Maybe time for one last question, and then we're going to move it over to the next presentation. We'll be moving from the code into some of the hardware that is being enabled. Okay, one more question, and we'll.
Yes. Thank you very much for. Thank you very much for not only the presentation, but like different point of views about like how ChatGPT can be used in the future. I'm wondering the long-term vision. What we see now is that interactive is almost human. Several, conversation we can dive deep in, but I don't think this is the truly. So, what kind of use case do you see in the future? Much more, advanced.
So let me just rephrase loud, and maybe each person talk about seconds. So what are the future use cases that you see that are going to be moving from what's available today? Obviously, we're all extremely impressed, scared, and excited about what's out there now and what we see in the near future. What are some thoughts, 30 seconds each, on what's really game changer? Let's say, should we give it 10 to 50 years out?
I can start. So I think GPT-based technologies would impact every use case that we can think of. Out of that, we think, I personally think that prompt engineering would be a much broader, and it would not be like, basically, I think apart from scope and everything, what would matter is, can a person explain that? Can a person use critical thinking to do stuff? Basically, so I think the future is a lot, but then how people use that stuff would matter a lot. So, can you explain that stuff to the AI? So the critical thinking aspect would be most notably in 10, 50 years, I think. And everything would be automated. So I think that would be a much better use case, and we'll eventually see GPT in all fields of the industry, whether it's nuclear medicine or medicine, law, or whatever you think.
And then just real quick, for all the speakers and then people asking questions, we had a question. People watching the live stream, keep close to the mouth, otherwise it's choppy. So just make sure it's right there.
Great. I'll just say that I agree with Kowski, who said that there's no way we're going to solve, paraphrasing Einstein, solve this problem of ChatGPT do it using ChatGPT, that we have to have, or large language neural nets, that we have to have some new paradigm that doesn't exist, and how to create AI that can actually be an effective guardrail to the worst aspects and side effects of it. So we hope we've created that at Pangea Social. It is a different paradigm, but
and an example, when the iPad came out, people were making fun of it, larger iPhone. I don't know how many people thought that it would completely take over the special needs education market as a completely better solution. That was not foreseen, but it happened. So when it comes to, whether ChatGPT or LLMs, what does it look like 10 years? How do we know? In 10 years, that type of, foundation might be put into robots, which are then doing real life jobs, and then we could be talking about how are robots changing the economy. It's a completely different conversation than what we theorize now. So I think to think of 10 years for such a rapidly advancing technology is tough. It is speculative and almost, like I'd say, a waste of time. Next year, so many incredible cases that doesn't need technological advancement. It can be done now from anyone in this room, and to change millions of lives. That's a far more interesting question for me.
Yeah, I think I'm going to kind of blend those two perspectives. The future with AI, we can't predict how fast things are going to change. And like once we reach AGI, like we're not going to need to be fine tuning on all these separate use cases to work. It's going to be this thing in the background. It sounds like we're developing almost like a new kind of internet where there's more and more content. A lot of it's going to be crap, especially in the beginning. We're in the trough of new technology, and then we're going to get out and it's going to get better. And at that point, it's just going to be ubiquitous. And I definitely cannot even picture what that looks like. So I'll just, with your prediction.
Thank you. I want to thank Eric and Ronald for starting us off, and then Dr. Elijah, and of course, Adit. And let's clear the stage and transition now. Oh, we had it all working in demo mode.
Yeah. That's not gonna work. All right. Well, let me just start talking about it, and I'll go hit next when it pops up. So, what is 3D AI? Well, I think an easy way to talk about it is just it's a very visual technology. Yeah, there we go. That's gone. So, this is something we call 3D AI. So, this is the ability to take existing images and use AI to explore them to estimate the depth of generate images. This was done completely automatically using the device we see up there is built with that, and I'll talk a little more about that. Thank you. So where is 3D AI applied? Sorry. This talk is definitely there you go. All right. So 3D AI is applied in AI. Steps in. That's where we're lighting 2 to 3D photos, 2 to 3D videos, 360 photos, and face back. Awesome. So I'm going to go through each of these throughout the talk, and you'll be able to see how it works. So we go to some examples. First one's recap animation. The Landfix converter is one of our products. So it's a web app that's built on any browser.
pretty what I want to talk
paralyzed get that position. That gives us the 6-dot position of the person's head and allows us to give them very, very clear 3D. So why? Like, I gave you guys some examples of why they're not. So let's go through this specific. So it's very useful. So there's two things that I think really drive this one. Well, the first one is AI animation. So why are animations useful? Marketing assets. We have lots of marketing firms reach out being like, hey, we have this visual image, we really want to spice it up. Can we use your AI to upgrade it to a whole new level? We really want to add some depth to it, make it pop more, make it stand out in a social media feed. That's one of the reasons we use. Depth image, of course, we guide your AI marketing. It helps you get better quality out of the AI tools than others do. Depth work, stop transfer is the exact same thing. Better quality depth. You just get, like, the better your depth path, the higher quality your tool. The relighting to increase accuracy once again. Photos. Upgrade your entire camera roll. All the photos that you have, your family photos, are all 3D. Make it 3D. Make them ready for the future. Videos. Unlimited content. You ever buy a giant and glass and you think to yourself, man, like, there's not enough content on here. I wish I could watch all my favorite YouTubers. Now you can't. You have 360 photos. Instead of having to buy a $5,000 or $15,000 camera, you can now buy a $300 camera and get basically equivalent quality. And the face tracking. So before you had to wear glasses for 3D, now with face tracking you get supercharged 3D with wide field of view with no glasses. 3D has open tools. The real world 3D, so depth awareness makes your AI feel more real. What we mean by that is that basically you see everything in 3D. Having your AI see things in 3D too makes it feel more real, even if you can't immediately quantify it. It's definitely affects the creator as much. There's like icons. People will immediately notice them. They're super. It's also fun to work with. It adds an extra layer to what you work on. I know that I love all the things that I generate using Midjourney, using Document, but being able to add depth to it, it really makes it more fun and more interesting. Certain things work better than others, and learning all that is a really fun part of the process. It's also beautiful. That's also one of the most important parts. I think skip through this one. I'm not a. I'll put this up. So let's talk about our hardware product. So we have an AI accelerated hardware product, and it's called Balloon Head. It is built from the ground up for AI. This is what it is. It is an Android tablet. It has a Snapdragon 8 chipset. Now, we use AI in every single part of the product. So that's all the 3D AI built in. So it converts all your photos and videos into 3D. It also uses AI to capture images from the research shot the camera, which has a 5K resolution per eye. It also has AI powered data. So this device is entirely designed around the idea that we want to enable and accelerate AI creation. And this is a hardware product that is designed from the ground up to help you achieve what you want the creation to be. We are also now going to be licensing all of our technology. So our layer of media cloud is going to be coming out in about 2 weeks. That will allow you to have APIs that you can and get access to the highest quality electronics in the world and use it until whatever has to be done. And then we're also going to use our media SDK, which is on-device local AI, because I know not everyone wants to bring an API. People need to be doing things locally as well. We have real-time conversion of photos and videos that you can ship on any mobile device. It's optimized for the Snapdragon neural processor engine and the Qualcomm chip, but it is definitely applicable for many other devices as well. And these will be available for licensing very soon. And we think the impact is quite amazing, and if you want to see the best 3D in your life,
Thank you, Nima. Would you like to take any questions? We're trying to catch up on time here, but
it's a leading question. Is there something that might happen in under a month from now that might cause this industry to be more important, particularly June 5th?
Yeah. So I think there's a variety of headsets on the horizon, including potentially Apple's new headsets going to come out. I think that when that happens and people start getting these headsets, they might not have carried on headsets before, but now they're like, oh, well, Apple came out with a shiny one, I should buy that one. They're going to be immediately surprised by the fact that, well, there's just not a lot of content. And I think the ability to synchronize your phone to the device and have all the content you've already captured with the device, I think is so valuable. People don't know the ABS, but they will. They will just
Hey, quick question. So, do you by chance have any integration with this into like properties like Unity or Unreal Engine? I asked this specifically because I'm looking at it as a cinematic designer in Unreal Engine, where if we can use take an object like a wind plane, add it as a texture, and allow this automatically to have like a 3D resonance, you can then add other components such as like VFX, so that way it's more lively and create more of a context. I just didn't know if your textures will be allowed with like integration into like Unreal Engine.
Yeah, so we actually have multiple SDKs. So we have Unity SDK, Native SDK. Unreal SDK is on the way. We have them for our previous generation devices. This device just came out a month ago, so we haven't seen the Unreal SDK yet. It basically allows you to replace the camera inside the game engine, or if you're using Native SDK, you can do whatever you want whatever that but in the game engine, you replace your camera, and suddenly you've got native 3D capture from within the app. Our SDKs will allow you to take the media, like photos and videos, and automatically convert them using AI. But I think that when it comes to game engines, you don't want to do conversion. You already have native 3D information, so being able to have the actual camera in there capturing it is very useful, and you can see it in 3D on the go.
You would if you wanted for a green screen. For inside your virtual world, when you have it set up, you can set up a green screen, and if you add this 3D model to it, you can. Originally, whenever the 3D camera is facing the green screen, there's only 2D information. There's only so much graphic depth of map.
Is it a real green screen or a virtual?
It's inside virtual. So compared to. I don't know how to answer. Never mind. Sorry. Don't worry.
Okay. So, what do you think about? Okay. So, do you think the GPU power is very key, and you probably need to have maybe some kind of a decentralized GPU capabilities to render this or support this, because this requires a lot of this rendering power, right? Or what's your thought on that?
Any other questions? A small question. The technology that you use to convert from image to 3D, is that open source? And yeah.
No, it's not. So we have proprietary models. We basically do depth estimation, and then we do novel synthesis. Both of those are our own technology. If you want to use open source stuff, you can use mine. Our goal is to really use the cutting edge. However, we do release lots of our research for free. We put out research papers. We put out a massive data set with all of the 3D models we're using to train our models. So we're definitely like a friend of open source, but our competitive advantage is that we have the best depth estimation. If suddenly like 3 other companies come out with the same quality depth estimation, we probably open source ours just to make it awesome. But while we have such a big lead, we're outperforming Facebook, we're outperforming Apple. I don't think we're going to open source anything as long as it's like our favorite competitor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nima, and we'll have the 2 devices available, and we will set them up maybe upstairs for people to come take a look. And then we'll have some little breaks later on. We don't have a formal lunch happening. So we're just wall-to-wall AI all day, as advertised. But help yourself to lots of snacks in the back, muffins, bagels, croissants, hummus, cream cheese. I won't go on. Okay, next, Babani, we have, come on up. We're going to take a moment to, this is a little, maybe take a 2-minute networking break while we set up here because we're going to have a live demo. You know, make some noise, use the restroom.
Hello. Hello.
Do you? Yeah, I thought you had one.
No, I don't.
Maybe grab one. Ask please if there's an extra.
Hey, do you have an extra connector for this Mac USB-C to HDMI?
Do you need a clicker too? Would you like a clicker?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to give you this one. Goes to the clicker.
This one, right? Okay. Okay. I think.
Okay. Do you want a clicker?
Oh, that's fine. I can.
Try it.
Whatever works. I think this should be fine.
Yeah. Is that automatically taking?
It should be.
No, it's still signaled to there. I will.
Signal there?
Just quit. And I think it's the keyboard. So let's see if it works. Try. So here. Yeah,
that's the key. Is you gotta quit. Okay.
I think I did it.
Okay, you can set me over.
Yep.
Yes, you know how to do.
There. Change this in a version. Go to play. What is appearance? No, that's.
Mirror display full top.
Just mark it and then let it go back. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Nice. Okay. Here should be fine. Which one?
Yeah. Oh well, the camera's there, and is heads.
So that's here.
This way.
Yep.
Looking that way.
Makes sense. Thank you.
And even if you remove these more this way, we'll just do the whole hair. Yeah.
That's very helpful. Thank you so much.
You got it.
This is on?
So it's on. It's only for recording. You just have to speak loud enough for everybody to hear. But this is recording, and it's.
Thank you. Hey, everyone.
Everybody, clap once if you hear me. Clap twice if you are excited for more AI stuff. Clap 3 times. Clapping. All right, let's go down. Let's grab our seats. We've got a great presentation here with live demo. Settle down. Outside, come to the seats, come to the front of the room. Show us some love up there for our speakers. Some traveled a long way to get here just to see you. Bring in. Settle down. Quieten down. I think it's quiet enough. Let you take it away and protect again.
Good.
Microphone.
Another. Okay. Hello, everyone. Hope you guys are enjoying your food at the same time. Will enjoy the presentation. Okay, so let's get started. It will be a little bit maybe different what I've already seen. So it's more those conceptual or maybe focus on ideas, some focus on technology. So this one may be as the intersection of both of this. So let's try to understand how many of you are primarily working on the business related stuffs, not technology, like maybe the product, sales, marketing. Can you just raise your hands? Okay, quite a good number. How about the other side of the spectrum, let's say the technology, you kind of a hands-on developer or working on the technology? Okay, nice. So you have a good balance of both sides. So I hope if I ask those folks work on the business, probably already tried chat some sort of LLMs to improve productivity. I would say 100% of you will agree. And at the same time, if I ask the technologists, have you working to understand the business and try to improve or impact kind of a great helping hand to the business folks? Probably yes. So if you see, there are two kind of a end of the spectrum where one side of a business, the one side is the technology folks. Now, what is happening with great tools like LLM or ChatGPT and so on? There is a convergence is happening. What does that mean? The business is trying to be more productive, and at the same time, the tech folks are also trying to be, address the business needs more better way. So that's why this specific area will address, how going forward the future will look like specifically for the acquisition, for the go-to-market teams like marketing, and we'll understand, how this ChatGPT or this LLM will address this. So let's get started and move on. You see that are kind of 2 or 3 keywords. One is the optimization, one is the funnel, one is the personalization, the LLM. Now let's think about why we need the optimization. You must have already seen that numerous reports, like if you optimize at different stages of the funnels, there are so many benefits. Starting from, you see the conversion rate improvements, which will impact directly to your revenue. And you see the customer satisfaction or the cost efficiency, competitive advantage, because as a first mover, understand your customer, retain, and so on. So there is no doubt that you need to understand and optimize those funnels at each stage. Now the question is, okay, what the funnel will look like, typical funnel? Or maybe you can translate this idea into any of your business processes as a top of the funnel, middle of the funnel, and bottom of the funnel. So those are the 3 stages where if you those terminologies like tofu, mofu, and bofu. The question here is, I'm just giving you a background so we can know how the LLM or GPT will address this at a scale that to address the challenges. So one of the goal, let's say, consider the first awareness stage. What we try to give your future or the prospect customers, they should understand your product. And how do you do that? Capturing the attention. So capturing attention, what you need to do? You need to engage with the relevant content, probably the information which resonates with the users. Similarly, if you go to the other stages of the funnel, if you see the consideration phase, you need to answer why. Basically, you have to convince them why they need to consider or buy your product. And then at the last stage of the bottom of the funnel, when they are engaged with the product, they probably MQLs or marketing qualified leads or sales qualified leads. So at that stage, probably you see the outreaching those individuals, probably push the last mile and get them converted. And one of the common theme you see all these stages is about the individual personalization. So that's key, personalization at scale, which will differentiate the going forward how the customer interaction, the funnels, and so on, it will work. And that's the but what is the reality? In the reality, if you see, it's all kind of chaos. You see they're following to generalized messages 5 to 10 times, and it's not very personalized because of the limitations of the technology and also limitation of the awareness of the customers and so on. And this, even if let's say some of those big techs or the companies which invest really in technology, they go and understand each and every customer in order to reach out in the manner, scale it, it's not kind of a possible before, let's say, these LLMs come into picture. Because some marketing folks or the sales folks has to write very specific messages, talk to them, the very specific context, and so on. So you see the problem lies in the scale as well. So I'm going to some thoughts behind that based on my experience working last 10 years in this AML data science space, and also in the startup, as well as I have a kind of business degree as well, so working at the intersection. So this is the kind of a high level framework which is easily plug and play to use any, so basically pieces. You can use ChatGPT, you can use the private LLM, you can let's say, own, augment your data models. See, there are 4 different components in this. One is you need to understand really well your customer. What does that mean? You need to profile those behaviors and interests so that you can match their needs at the right time. To do that, how it will look like. So let's say you leverage your machine learning or whatever artificial intelligence to come up with a customer profile where you have, okay, this is my user, what they like, what stage of the funnel they are, what is that probably, how much the LTV can project and forecast. This is kind of a key or founding or baseline or the base where you have to work on it. Now, step is you need to have engineering. I think we have a good discussion in the morning as well. What does that mean is eventually, as someone mentioned in the morning, that people will be able to learn that and how to search in the Google. But the next step is how do you make the machine to learn it? And because it's a key interface between those large language models, so you need to have a good prompt. So that's why it will also balance you how much information you want to send to those, let's say if you want to use the private or the public LLMs. For example, here is you want to generate a personalized email campaign with the following information. Okay, who is my customer? What's the funnel state there? This is a sample input and output. This is what I require. And eventually, this will pass into LLM, and you can expect some kind of a personalized email, which will be addressing very specific need based on the right context, based on the right time. So this is the idea of personalization powered by LLM framework. And if you see, try to use it at each stage of the customer journey. So basically, start from the awareness to consideration to the retention, even the win-back journey. And what it will simplify is from S of information or so many information that about the user, and streamline it into achieve the goal of the personalization. So I'll show you a quick demo, which how it will look like and it will be. And this is to give you a background. It is already running in the cloud. It's on the one of the actual assets which is provided by the Kaggle, one of the e-commerce platform, and their real customer funnel stages and so on. So what we do here, try to see what are those 3 or 4 stages. So the customer profile, the behavior, and then prompt, then try to generate first messages. So see, this data set I have, it's an app, it's generate the campaign audience for me. So this is kind of a already the data set has been created profile. Let's assume I have a particular goal for this campaign. And we have lead IDs, you can say the user IDs, and what stage funnels they are, which, let's say, from email or organic search, or from the, and let's try to grab this user, is coming, let's say, this or organic search, try to the personalized email or convert. So this campaign generator, what it will do is, it will generate the prompt based on this information. It found, okay, this is kind of a personality, is a foodie, and it tried to generate this email. So right now it is using the chat GPT behind, but this can be replied to any of your private models as well. So if you see, with that context and the prompt engineering, it really personalized the person. Say, hey, this is recipe for the foodie. We know you'll be interested in the product we are offering, as you a foodie looking to discover new recipes, and so on. So that's the power of the personalization at scale, what you can do, because right now if you go back and pretty much you can automate it to any number of customers. Right? So just for a demonstration, so you can see how easy and how quick and how kind of an efficient if you try to help those that convergence of the one is the business side, one. And let's see, this is a music lover. It's in the awareness stage. It's from the paid search. And this is hey, great for the perfect music listening experience and so on. So what you have seen here is we started from what is the two end of the spectrums of business and technology into the customer in one of the use case, and how that framework leveraging this LLMs will help you to scale. And this is the demo that suggests you can scale it pretty well. and also address those privacy concerns and other stuff. So you can build your own LLMs and plug those components, and it will be, kind of a good productive tool for any organization, and you can generalize it cases. Cool. That's all. Any questions?
Yes, thank you, Bhavani. Any questions?
Yes. So it don't have exact because it depends on the specific use case. But definitely helpful from the observation is if you see, the trade-off between using the large language model where you require maybe billions of points versus very customized agent. So I think of it as a more agent-driven. So if you want to have a very specialized agent in this marketing or customer acquisition funnel space, you need only just to train it very small amount of data. So what happens is very quick. You can create your own, let's say, so under how the GPT is trained, the transformer-based models, and it can be trained a matter of days rather than the weeks or months. And you need a terabyte of hundreds of terabytes of space. So yes, there are in terms of is fast time and specialized, so more information than more there.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. So, do you track history of interaction with the people, and can you adapt to the previous messages what you sent to the customers, and do something with this? Do not repeat same offer too often?
If I rephrase, think is for being iterated based on the customer. Yeah, when you say text of discussion, correct? Definitely. So what's the key over there is how far in the history you can want to retain those memories. You can retain those questions and let the customer back with or you know what the email you have sent. Now you can ask to get the answer. So converting into a more of a question answering based on a context. So also it I can do in the the perspective, it can memorize more and continue discussion the path.
Any other questions?
It sounds like you really need to have a really curated model for the LLM to work. So do you have any recommendations for connecting data that you're collecting in disparate sources and trying to merge them all under the same user ID?
You mean collecting the data, or you're talking different possible? No. Right. So if you see, depending on the use case, because it's more of a think about when the users come from the paid media or you don't know about them. Now they land on your home page based on the TM parameters you need to augment that with the third-party data if it is available. But those information is about their interest and awareness, how they're interacting before they land on your home page from the start. After that, kind of a trail of tracking. It's interacting with your product, maybe you already purchased, so it's focused on those customers rather than acquiring, or rather than going in the social and those customers or targeting them. You can have a phase drive more quality to the top of the funnel. So that's a different problem to solve because you have to go to LinkedIn, marketing, so on. But once the top of the funnel where you that is where all so yeah, it's a challenge depending on what your company is, how the data maturity is, but certainly go just try out in a more word of mouth or something very limited space. But later when they go expand it, so that's the typical approach. And translate to the stage where. So if there is awareness, you can first divide. They're more qualified, less qualified. Or intent or smart comes into picture, and then there you craft the message based on that. Okay, these are intent probably. Or you can tune your prompt. Messaging will address accordingly.
Another question back here.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I've worked in RevOps, so I can see the value of automating a lot of this and personalizing the messaging for AEs and SDRs. Salesforce recently launched, I think they're calling it Einstein Bot. I don't know a lot in detail about what it actually does, if it does anything. Can you differentiate what you're building with what Salesforce is building? Because they do have a lot of this data within Salesforce as well. Thanks.
Yeah, so overall, if you see, these are just options or agents, right? It's interfacing and interacting with them. Key here is the underlying data that you have, the use case you're solving. So eventually, what will happen? Everybody is trying to follow similar framework, and the differentiation will be the data use case. I don't know much into the laying, building, but eventually I would say they have a right for domain. For example, Shopify. So more small or medium, you can say medium business, their persona, which is different than Salesforce has. So those chatbots, they train those specific domains, those specific domains. So I see that there is two different ways, depending on right, is more specific, and the future would be, I think, it's more evidence which are specific because of the technology. So I would say perceive that way to differentiate.
If there's any other burning questions, we have time for maybe one more. We're schedule. We fall a little behind, catch up a little. So one more burning question, otherwise we'll move to our next presentation. And the good thing is we have 2 hours of networking this evening. So if you stick around from 6 to 8, we're going to be networking. And then if you haven't heard, we have a very special after party happening at Modernist X, which is the Modernist over at Jackson Street, the new one. And everybody here is invited. Avatar, AI avatar, or cocktail attire preferred, and they may enforce dress code. But look at the website and look at the channel. If you haven't joined Telegram, join the Aiify Telegram. Information's in there, and we're posting about it. It also went out the email sent to all registrants this morning. So check there, or we'll let you know. One more burning question? I think we're good. So thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see if magic HDMI's work. Should come right up. There we go. Just correct me if I'm wrong. Previously at Adobe, and you're going to talk to us about we don't need human co-founders anymore. This is going to be more about AI co-founder? Technical co-founder.
Doesn't bring money for sure.
And do we have the last microphone?
A little interactive here.
Sure. Hey.
Okay. Hey.
Staying on script. Or
Who's on first?
Who's on base?
What if we gave ChatGPT these prompts? Like, how would it with it and Costello? It replicate that, including like the comedic timing and everything?
I doubt, unless it's in French.
Yeah, did that translate in French? Do you guys watch like Abbott and Costello? And it works? Like, who's on first?
Absolutely.
Yeah. No.
That was the first thing I hear in '95. What? Who's on what? Who's first? Who's baseball? What?
Oh, that was the thing. Like, if you get over the baseball, I forgot. It's like you have to get over base first. You have to. It's many levels of abstraction there. Okay.
Hi, Steven.
So you're a great prompt engineer. You sent me some prompts.
I did.
Yeah. So I'm your AI co-founder. Yeah.
That was not done.
Too late.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna
you can train me. The thing is, you can train me. So tell us a little
Maybe
bit about
fine-tune
yourself,
you.
and if somebody can frame up the video, I think we're good. But maybe stand up or use a
I'll
tall
use
chair.
this.
Yeah.
I'll use this one. I will need one.
Yes. Not going anywhere.
So we're gonna do something crazy. I'm gonna do something crazy.
Yeah.
They laugh.
Scared.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be horrible. I'm used to it.
So you should feel at home with AI. I'm not reading this. This is off memory. Then
you're missing the first question. Okay, he's supposed to ask me. So he's not in tune yet. You know?
All right, well, I asked about you. I asked to tell him maybe
forget
tell
about
us
it.
a little bit about yourself.
Let me take over.
Let me tell you about you.
Good things with GPT, you can turn them off. It's not like a virus, when you go off, you can't unplug. I'm a designer, an entrepreneur. I've done that for 30 years. Who's older than I am? No, you're not. You are not? Okay, all right, okay. My specialty is taking technologies and asking what to do with it. It's simple. We all do it, and we all know it's hard, but that's all I do. I do it well. Yeah. So yeah, I was the head of product design for Roxio, and I co-founded 7,000. Wouldn't be otherwise.
You wouldn't join us? You'd have an attitude?
Yeah, I'm French.
Oh, okay. So how did you lose your attitude? That's my next question.
I moved here.
Awesome. So, so live in New York once before you get too hard. Live in San Francisco once before you get too. Live in France once and leave before you get too much attitude. Yeah. Okay. So you should feel at home with AI then.
Yeah.
Right.
No, absolutely. It's a new technology. So the question is, what do we do with it? Right. My angle is very simple. I'm specialized in tools, and I don't know. I don't remember myself, but I read that 2 or 3 million years ago when we started to stand up, I think we were wondering to do hands. The best thing we found was actually to use stones to cross the skull of the guy across the cliff.
I like that.
You do, right? I'm not surprised. And I think that my experience developing tools for many years, many different applications for different businesses, consumer and enterprise, it's still about getting more power and domination, indirect, but you can always trace that as a two-step away from. So to me, AI is to the toolbox of many stones that we have in technology stack. That I see today specifically 2 ways for me for AI is developing new tools to use AI. I think there was some good discussions this morning, and that AI is going to disappear, right? It's kind of just part of the technology behind it. Something else which I think was discussed also is AI can be used to create tools. Tools to make tools. Alta was a little kind of good insight this morning. We can go way beyond.
Wow. Well, is this time for my next prompt?
Yes.
Okay.
Number 3.
So do you mean like Copilot?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked the question because otherwise I would be off track. And I need to remember what I wrote on that for this answer.
No, I can play you.
You can play me?
I'm going to reinterpret it and make it worse or better. Make it hallucinate a little bit here.
Hallucinate, go for it. I'll
Okay.
let you know what's hallucinating.
As an entrepreneur,
Yeah.
need real-time solution.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know that you see an artist who is actually sculpting something, right? Imagine a big piece of clay, and people are pushing on it. So the artist, right, is pushing on the clay, pulling a bit, looking into it, saying, "Oh no, maybe something else," and not really knowing where to go. But there's a deep instinct or deep feeling of going for something. And imagine now that you, instead of the artist pulling directly, is using Jira tickets, right? So you would have the creative process would be proxied. So you would actually have a team of people pulling and manipulating the clay for you, the artist. That doesn't work. The creative process is a real-time, iterative system where the outcome is not really debated. As you go with it, you go with the flow, and eventually you iterate. I think we talked this morning about the critical thinking. I think this is part of the real-time creative process. So AI in this regard can help probably to remove all the Jira and the steps and all the different teams developing the actual code, and you can actually directly for any product developer, non-coders, entrepreneurs, people who have an idea of a product, just go with this digital matter directly and create based on an idea and try different ideas, different directions. Ideas, let's go down to an MVP, let's go actually ship them. So why not having during the same day or the same hour, just having an idea of a product, and the product app or any digital product will actually exist. And you can actually bring people instead of the engineers, people to try it and talk about it, right? This real-timeness of product creation is something that I've been hoping, and as a product designer myself, hoping to have. Hypercard was one of the first, Micromedia Lingo, and Bubble more recently, and the low-code, no-code. This low-code, no-code, it takes way too much time. I think the woman from Alta this morning made it very clear. It's very hard to use, and it's proprietary. So, no.
Right, so I'm going to go off script, but now I get that a little bit. Don't get scared.
No, I'm better off script.
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm hearing, talking about Jira and as being a product manager and working on a lot of startups myself as well, and I'm also not rich, so we share some things in common. Yeah. It's I see it really interesting. So Jira could be my task list, and then AI can just ping off the Jira and try to accomplish things, and I can kind of iterate with Jira or as my interface almost to AI, like, hey, here's the things I want to see changed, because it takes time to actually think about what changes I want or what new features I want to incorporate into my product. And it just does it. I wake up in the morning. I don't have to be up at 2 a.m. to Asia, because that's where my developers are, or in the Eastern Bloc countries, and waiting for this turnaround, which is a nice cadence, but you never know if you're going to get what you want, and it takes a long time. Developers are expensive and they're slow relative to AI, so really we can kind of get rid of the developers.
Yeah, I'm more.
No offense to developers.
Yeah. I'm more actually, absolutely. But I'm more interested in the evolution of agility, for example, where we were doing initial product development, we were writing specs. By writing a spec, there's tons of assumptions that we are capturing into a document, and we believe this is going to be the product, and then it goes into the implementation cycle, and then you go to market, and then you get the feedback cycle. Now, if you remove all of that and you move forward, and the next generation of agile process is where the authoring comes in, what it means to author a product, and this very iterative process where the ability, so what it takes for that.
And auteur is really a French word, right?
This is which one?
Auteur, like a filmmaker as an auteur, not an author.
Auteur.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Auteur. Go ahead.
Please don't try this again. Okay?
Not in public, never.
What's wrong with you? The authoring is the key of the agile process, because now you can bring the users before you bring the developers in, and you can have a product that actually can be deployed. So I'm going.
You're going to go off script. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm going off script.
Okay.
We're going to do something that's crazy, right? We've always been said, never do a demo on stage, right? I'm going to do something crazy. I'm going to demo a product that doesn't exist yet.
Let's see what product we can muster up in the next 10 minutes.
What can possibly go wrong? So here's the deal. I've been thinking about it, right? Because I'm suicidal or something. Do you guys love watching this TV, reels, they call that now? Shorts where people fail and everybody's laughing? Like, right.
No. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, people failing, they jump and there was no water in the pool or whatever. So people laugh about it. So I'm going to do this demo, right? If it fails, you can laugh. So please laugh, because it's going to be good for you guys. If I succeed, you can clap. It's going to be
You're all partners.
Yeah, all partners. So, yeah, I wanted to give a kind of an idea of. I've been developing for a couple months now a large web application, a SaaS application, just using GPT and not actually coding myself. I'm fairly technical, but I'm not trained as a developer myself. I've never written Python for them. So what I wanted to share is a little example, and what I thought we could do is develop an application that doesn't exist yet, which is for you to go on your phone and enter your zip code and your first name and your zip code, and we'll have Google Map, and your location, your zip code location will pop up on the map. And we'll try to do that within 15 minutes.
Wow.
Can anyone think it can even
15 minutes to know you are here.
So my friend Victor here said, why don't you just record a video just in case? So I have the video too. So I'm going to try to do that, yeah.
This would be amazing, because our conversation, I spoke to a lot of the speakers, most of the speakers, before having this event to find out what they're about. And that's... While you get set up, you can start going, and I'll kind of cover for the first couple of minutes here. We have the Visual Studio code up there, so we have your laptop up on the screen.
Right, because we're starting from scratch. I'm talking about this now. Yeah. Your concern.
Speaking to the microphone, son.
And look at how about we watch Steven now and just let it finish the show?
No, it was really interesting. The reason I'm creating this event, along with some partners, is to learn what's possible. So, there's a lot of people here that are way smarter than me in most areas. I might be smarter than some in one or two, but I don't know. We won't. But basically,
I'm going to show you what's not
a non-coder developing technical products challenge. When I heard Philippe talk about, we can just use ChatGPT, take us all the way through the process. Just start with, I'm a non-coder, I want to do X. That's what I'm assuming. That's my takeaway.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see this live, and otherwise he wouldn't be here. No. Go ahead.
Do you have a question? Yes. Yeah. Another question. Yes, please. Yes. Yes, thank you. I will clarify this. Yeah, the question is, what is the name of the game going on? So I propose as an idea of a product to have an application which you can actually, the audience, it's going to be available under a domain name called planect.com. It's like planet, but with a C, so planect.com.
The French word.
And
I'm wasting time derailing. Ignore me.
If everything goes well, an internal error because domain points to an code. So once we're going to build that together, or I'm going to build it, I'll show you how it's happening on. And when it's ready, I will let you know and say, okay, now you can refresh on your phone the page on planec.com, and it will ask you if everything goes well for your first name and for your zip code, and there should be already a Google Map widget showing up. Does that answer your question? planect.com. It's because I had this domain available, I was using. I used. All right. Planect, Planect, Planect. All right. Can everyone confirm it's giving you an internal error? Yes, that's perfect because there's no application yet. The purpose now is to develop the application. So the demo is going to be a little bit technical. It will give you a sense of if you are a little bit technical, possible. I'm going to use very quickly also for those who are technical, I'm going to use Python Anywhere to host the code. It's from Anaconda, the serverless platform. The data will be saved in a MySQL database, which is also hosted by Python Anywhere. I will be using SQL Workbench to get access to the database, to double check that everything is, to set up the database first. And using VS Code to do the code, pasting the code. I'm going to use GPT-4 on Playground to write the code. By the way, GPT-4 is the only LLM today that can actually do what I'm going to show you. And none of Anthropic or AI21 or Compare can do it. I'll write it in Python using Flask, which is a framework for web applications. The front end will be HTML and JavaScript, and using the JavaScript from Google, the Google Map JavaScript. This what I described. If you are not technical, I actually learned it through GPT. So I'm not going to demo that, but you can ask the question. I would like to demo what can I do? And the same if you want to go on the web, but it's just faster. The second phase, once you have established what is your base, is actually to go and ask specifically, if you have written spec of product, is how to you ask specifically what you want, and GPT is going to write the code and just copy paste the code into VS Code or into the Workbench for the SQL setup for the database. Like when we work with engineers, debugging is a process that's part of the development process. Don't expect GPT to give things that work right away. I have actually fine-tuned the prompts, so I'm going to paste prompts that have been already typed. I'm not going to create that in front of you, but you will see the prompt in action. So there might be bugs, so you will see error messages. I will be copying the error message back into GPT and let GPT fix it. My God, I'm trying to talk just to avoid to do it.
Dude, how was that for everybody? Wasn't that great? Okay, on to the next. No.
All right. We can always blame GPT after that, right? All right. I need my hands though, like not to crack a skull. I promise.
I'll your mic stand.
You will.
You're gonna narrate while you do it.
All right. Sorry, I'm not using a Mac. That can be another reason to blame the failure of the process, I guess. All right. Let's go here. This is the playground. So I'm going to first set up the system prompt. And for that, I'm going to say you are an experienced web application developer. And I'm going to shoot my first prompt, which is to create an SQL database with a database with first name and zip codes. And I also asked to add a first user, which would be Philip 94087. So I have a little bit of data, so when we implement the actual map, we will be able to check that it's working. In Playground, you cannot just click and start copying until it's done, and like the ChatGPT interface. So I'm going to start my copy paste here. I'm going to Workbench, paste the command, the SQL command, the database, the table has been created, and now I'm gonna copy paste this section of SQL, which is to insert a new user, that's me as a user, into the table we have just created. Okay, and let's double check that we have now the table as expected. Okay, that's pretty not cool. Okay, here we have a table. We have a new table called user. I think it's the internet is pretty slow. It's possible. Alright, it's gonna be pretty brutal. It's not even working yet.
Well, we warned everybody.
We warned. Everyone was warned. Okay. And it's saying there's a lost connection. I switch to my maybe hotspot.
Sure. The Wi-Fi is pretty good. We're running a lot of
Wi-Fi
things.
is pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have questions already so I can answer in parallel? It's live. No, the database is on Python. Cloud. Yes. Okay, I'll run the query again. So this one is to create the table. The table was created? Yeah. Okay, let's add the user. Do you think as well? Okay. I think I lost connection, right? Yeah, okay, the user is connected, the database now is connected.
I'm going to blame it on Python anywhere. Or everywhere.
You're too kind. Okay, it's losing the connection.
The website's live?
The website is live, yes. So I'm trying to, okay, let me see what we do here. Any technical person has an idea why? Because otherwise.
Do we have any developers? We need a developer.
An SSH prime, okay. And that would be security. Okay, all right. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to play then the video, which is doing exactly what I'm supposed to do right now, and I'll comment over that. You will pardon me for that?
Yeah, because we don't have audio plugged in, so I comment over it.
Oh yeah, there's no audio, so very cool. Okay, very cool. So this is go full screen so it's easier, and I can hold the microphone now. Look at that. That's the reason we're doing this. So
I felt useful all of a sudden.
All right. So what you have seen here, I'm typing, to create the SQL database with the zip code and the first name for you guys, and I'm going to copy this into the MySQL Workbench, which is a local application. make sure that what's being created in the cloud in Python Anywhere is actually being created. So this, you have seen this already. And I go into, I select that section, which GPT says this is how you actually create a table in the database. And then I copy the second SQL command, which is to add a new user. That's Philip and my zip code. So we have that to start with. You can refresh, get the table, and what you see here, you have a first name and a zip code in the database, and there's Philip as the first one. So now I paste a second prompt, and that is the ability to articulate what is you expect the application to do. That's very important. No matter, I think you have learned that by now, that a GPT, what comes out of it is as good as what you ask it to do, to generate. So prompt engineering, whatever it's called, or prompt design, or you being, exercising critical thinking and creative thinking is what gets you out of the system. So what I'm asking here is to group the users by zip code. Because otherwise, if you guys are multiple of you using the same zip code on the map, you will have the markers of one on top of the other one. So you actually specify that and say, I want to group the users by zip code. I also want the label of the marker to be the number of people who are in the same zip code. So you have to specify that. If you don't do it the first time, it's fine. What you will do is this iterative process that I mentioned. You will get the map, and you will see the markers being overlapped, and you will think, oh, that doesn't work. So you have to exercise critical thinking and find ways to ask in different ways. So there's a very creative process when you do that. I'm also at that when you click on the marker, there's a little pop-up that shows the list of the people who are within that same zip code. So if 5 of you guys are coming from the same zip code, they will be a list. So if you don't ask again for that, it's not going to happen by itself. And I'm also specifying the tech stack that I mentioned that we learned from the first iteration with GPT. I'm using Python Anywhere. I'm using, I want to use the Google Map JavaScript widget. I want to use, I'm using also in Python Anywhere, you have ways to store the secrets, the passwords, because I don't want to expose that during the demo. Right? So it's taking about 3 minutes for a prompt long like this. GPT-4 is much slower, as you know, than 3.5. The quality is decent. 3.5 does not allow you to actually create code that you can use. It's take a lot of mistakes and errors. So here it's telling me you have to create an HTML file and you have to create a Python file. So I'm using VS Code, which I've set up with Python Anywhere, just using a straight FTP. I'm not using Git. I'm not using anything like that, just straight to the server. I'm creating, it tells me to create a folder called templates. Within templates, it tells me to put an index of HTML, and then I copy paste this HTML, and then it's asking me to create an app.py for the Python file. So I'm not coding. Yes, this discussion is technical, at some level of being technical. And now that it's in VS Code, I saved, I go now in there and I launch the application process there. You click the button and then you go to the so-called planect.com and you refresh and see what's happening. In this case, it's actually returning an internal error. No, here. You just say, that's your farm. Copy paste the entire log, error log, paste it and say, thanks that Niels really said, apologies for the oversight. That's just the only reason I want to get rid of engineering teams. It does explanations. So I've been mentioned I'm creating this other application, a large application. this for weeks. I'm learning a lot. It's explaining reasons of things, right? And in the system prompt, you can actually be more specific if you want inline documentation. It will actually document your code. You can ask to be more verbose. You can ask to only give updated section of the code, or you can ask it to regenerate a full file. So that also, as you go and as you learn, still not knowing about the syntax or the grammar or the way of architecting a set of functions within the set of code. So it did send the correction. I'm reloading the application. I'm going back to planect.com. And now we have a map, and we have one marker. When I click on it, it shows Philip and my zip code. So what we want to do next, the last part is we want to add a form so that you can enter your first name and you can enter your zip code and you can submit. So that is the prompt. To give you a little detail about how it works in terms of prompting, I have to specify where do I want the form. It may take a decision otherwise, but I can be more intentional and articulate my intention about that. I said, put the form above the map. I also asked to enforce the expected data. I'm not saying which one, but I say enforce the expected data. The reason being that if you enter not a real zip code, the Google map will crash. I also was suspecting that some of you may be hacking straight into the form and trying to put down the server. So I also say, bleach content. So if you don't know what bleach is, I learned it from GPT, right? I asked, hey, I'm concerned about the folks in the audience. What should I do? I say, well, why don't you bleach it? I say, what is bleaching? I say, well, it's what you want it to be. So specify to bleach it. Also say that I wanted to work on smartphones. So when I tried it without to prepare here, it was very small on my phone. So I asked, say, this is very small. Say, oh yeah, it's because you need to define the viewport. So if you set a viewport, then you will have an application that looks good. The web page will look good on your phone. Okay, well, I added this to the viewport. And then I wanted to add a title. That's the name of the event. I asked, add some description about the application, what it does, and how it was created. I didn't enter the text itself, but it's generating the explanation. And I also added, hey, by the way, add a footer, put my name, and my LinkedIn so that maybe people want to connect with me, they can click on it. So this one took about 3 minutes. You have to make sure that you put the minimum length. GPT-4 is capable of a much larger amount of data than 5. Put 1,500 tokens. I put temperature at 0 because I want to have maximal predictability of it. Very surprising. Predictability is not even at 0. 0 still introduces some level of randomness. Just in case you develop an application, you use GPT as an API, don't expect that for any given prompt you get always the same result. By the way, a trick if you want to use is using GPT-4 and 3.5 as well. You can force the output to be a JSON object, and you can actually give it a schema, and it's extremely good and reliable at following a schema. If you use the name of the value pair, if the key value pair, the name of the key in the JSON schema is actually indicative for GPT. Is actually taking that into account by understanding what is the data it's going to put in the data output. So if you want to structure an unstructured piece of text, for example, into the schema, it will use that as guidance. All right, so I'm now copying, and next time I'll do the recording thing. Is so cool. It removes so much of the stress. So I copy the updated HTML, the index.html, and then I copy paste the updated app. You had a question, Stephen?
No, go ahead. This is great, and I'm glad we're able to get through the whole thing and know it works. So
I will need just one at the end because I'm going to upload the real files, and you will be able to enter your names and zip codes, and we'll see it. How's that?
And then the surveillance state is going to be very happy.
That's me. So uploading the, relaunching the application, and going to refresh here. It's funny because I know it's going to work because it's recorded already. Suspense. It's a video, guys. It's all right.
This is not AI generated on the fly, and we don't know what the outcome is going to be. Let's just imagine that for a moment.
So now you have the title and stuff. So let me just quickly upload the code, and then you can refresh on planect.com, and you should be able to access to it. Except that maybe the database is not set.
Need more hands.
Need more hands. Yeah, maybe it's not going to work because the database is not. All right, let me get here, and let me do some. Where's the FTP stuff? It's not in the FTP here. It's fine. I'm not even getting my FTP stuff. If I do upload, it's not going to do it. Where's my real copilot? The real copilot here telling me it was good. I'm not good. Oh, yeah, that's good. SQL, yeah, not Python. Okay. Let me see if I can upload the file and if it's working. And oh, here's net. Sync local remote. Okay, that's what I want. And this one. Okay, I guess it's good. Let's see if it works. Gonna go reload the application. All right. So go to planect.com and see if actually it works. It does. Okay. So enter your, and we'll just refresh here so we can see on the screen if where you guys are coming from. All right.
A lot of South Bay. We're going to have to do this in the South Bay next time.
Number? Yeah, so that shows the prompt was how many people we submitted under the same zip code. Right? Otherwise, the marker is doing like street address for privacy. I thought like zip code was good, but we don't want to overlap the markers. So I thought let's combine, put the number of people. We have some more submissions here. We have San Francisco, but yeah, right, more South Bay people. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We have another speaker standing by. I'm sure people have lots of questions. Feel free to grab Philippe and check in, connect. A lot of this event is about connecting, not just learning and experiencing experiential, but also experientially. I think that's right. Getting jumbled. So let me bring up, we'll bring Miko next, and he's going to remote in, and we'll take a quick minute. Miko, you coming to Pizza Day on Monday at House of Web 3? Nobody can hear you yet, but I know you're watching the stream. We'll bring you up in a moment. But if anybody also wants, just to do a little pitch for its International Bitcoin Pizza Day on Monday, the 22nd of May. It's the anniversary of, I forget who exactly, spent 10,000 Bitcoin on one pizza. And now we're celebrating that historic event. It's kind of like Yuri's Night, but for pizza. And it's going to be at House of Web 3, so everybody come down there, 6 to 8 p.m. on Monday. House of Web 3. Check it out. It's in the Presidio. It's next door to the Disney Museum.
It's right next to the Walt Disney Museum.
You have I got to switch it there. Okay. Miko, you're coming up. You're live. Take it away. Jordan? Jordan? Okay, I just brought up the, you got there? Okay. Hang on just a moment. We're getting your audio up on the thing. Okay. Yes.
Yes. Launch into it. Okay, terrific. Thank you for attending my talk. I think some of you in the audience may know actually that I'm mostly primarily a Web3 and blockchain speaker. $1 million blockchain-oriented venture fund. So to me, I think one of the things I wanted to emphasize is that I do actually have a bit of a computational neuroscience background. So when we were studying back in graduate school, I had a neuroscience degree from Yale University at that degree. And we were studying abstract neural networks. So I definitely feel like I've got a handle on some of the basis for deep learning, some of the early algorithms, simple things like back propagation of errors, and things of that nature. So I definitely feel comfortable in the space of artificial intelligence, very interested about this development. Obviously, I think it's going
to me is that, one of the suppositions that I have with respect to venture is that the number of perfectly good businesses that will use and leverage AI and become successful and profitable, I think will be very large. I think the venture class opportunities in AI are actually somewhat limited. So I think, if you had an opportunity to invest in OpenAI, way back when it was a startup, that might have been a really great idea. So obviously if you're Microsoft, you're doing well. I think that the idea that I have about this is that people who have been in AI for, anyone who's good at AI has been in AI for, decades. And so the thing about that is that most of those people actually understand that AI has very short, very hot spring and summer, and they also have a little bit of very long and cold winters, right? So I think the issue with AI, of course, is that, it's actually a very spotty market. It goes hot and cold, right? So what it means is that the really, really incredibly best talent in AI is mostly not jumping into startups. I think a lot of what's happening in startups are people who are really proficient at using AI. And I think the thing that's interesting about that is, while those people are laudable first movers, I think they will be able to generate considerable economic value. There's not that much defensibility in it. So the question then becomes, how do venture class investors think about AI and the emergence of AI? So to me, I think the thing that is really important to understand is that this is very, very, very big. It's a huge event. And so, it's going to not only have impact on some of the near neighbors, but it's going to have pretty massive social impact. So one of the things that I wanted to say about the impact of AI is what is downstream of the impact of AI. And so, I think at the moment, for example, services, social media and Web2 services like Twitter are basically suffering from things like bots, right? So you have like potentially many millions, if not a billion accounts that are fake, right? So the thing that's super interesting about the advent of sophisticated AI, especially things like chatbots, is that you'll be able to effectively simulate a human. When you think about the ability to auto-generate a user profile that's effectively photographic in quality, so you can generate an arbitrary number of humans that don't exist. The other feature you'll be able to do is you'll be able to essentially warp reality. So like any video content, any photographic content, basically all content that you're going to see on the internet will be suspect. And so, if effectively the online realities that we experience will be destroyed by AI, and we won't know who's real and we won't know what's real. So reality itself will really be easily attacked by AI and lots of actors, right? So to me, the thing that is exciting about that is that, we already know that Web 2 is kind of on its heels. We know that Mark Zuckerberg doesn't want to run a company called Facebook. He wants to run one called Meta. And we know that Dorsey doesn't want to run a company called, Twitter. He wants to run one called Block, right? So, we know that Web 2 is over. We know Web 3 has begun, right? And the thing that's really interesting about what will happen next is that authenticity will actually come from cryptography, right? Because really when you kind of come back to the idea of cryptography, cryptography is ultimately involves things like cryptographic signatures, cryptographic proofs, and really hard proofs of things like authenticity and identity, right? So that to me is where I think the game goes. So, to me, like Sybil resistance, authentication, proof of humanness, those are all like very, very important technologies. We do start to see, obviously very big impacts to privacy. I think the availability of cryptographic privacy is something that will be available widespread, but I do think that it will really signal the end of what we know as the Web 2 era of the internet, right? So I think, there are other downstream implications, but I think one organization to watch with respect to understanding the future is really Microsoft. Microsoft obviously invested significantly into OpenAI before just about anyone. And I think Microsoft, when you think about what their metaverse is essentially Activision Blizzard. So they're buying a game company, right? The thing that's really clever about this too is that one of the things that Jason Calacanis conjectured is that tech companies will suffer about a 30% job reduction as a result of the impact of AI, right? So one of the things that's long been, I think, very valuable has been, entertainment, and that entertainment tends to be very strong, even as people start to experience not just short-term, but potentially protracted unemployment, right? The thing that's really interesting is that in order to run all the systems of the world, as we add more and more and more automation to the systems of the world, there is actually kind of, in some ways, less and less for humans to do, right? But the thing that becomes a really interesting opportunity is that humans can actually entertain one another, and they can work really hard to do so. So in a sense, the idle time and the abundant efforts of humans to be entertaining, to develop kind of entertainment, I think is potentially fairly unlimited, right? So, I would say if you're prognosticating the future of this technology, definitely watch what Microsoft is doing. I think it's a very valuable thing. I do think they're doing a lot of interesting work in decentralized identity as well. So it's a very, very fascinating thing. I mean, they know a lot about virtual reality, but they've decided, even though they built their own VR headset, HoloLens, they've decided not to really pursue it. So I think, they're very clever. I think they're a great company. So, to me, definitely watch what they're up to, and that will kind of give you the shape of the future. So, I really just believe fundamentally that we are headed into a very interesting, dynamic, and exciting future. I continue to be very hopeful about it. I do think that we do have really interesting challenges to face. I think the creation of these kind of reality-destroying technologies like AI will really kind of eliminate the idea of a viable online reality without cryptography. So I think that, we're going to see these cryptographic primitives, on-chain proofs, blockchain technology, Web3. These will all be essential pillars of the future. So I think that more or less concludes what I hope to talk to you about today. You can follow me on Twitter, Miko Java, MIKOJAVA. Happy to engage with you there, and happy to see all of you on social media. So thanks very much.
Hey, Miko, you still there?
Yep.
We're curious, how are you talking, expand a little bit more on solving the problem of identity using cryptography?
Sure. I'm happy to talk about how do you solve the problem of identity with cryptography. So I think that obviously the idea of holding a key and cryptographically signing is definitely a strong mechanism for solving identity. But of course, that by itself doesn't solve the problem unless you have a mechanism for Sybil resistance and the proof of humanness, right? So proving that someone is human becomes pretty important. And I think the proof that it is the same human as before is also important. So I think we're going to move into a world of not just multi-factor authentication, but like 1,000-factor authentication, right? So I think that we're going to have many, many, many authentication factors, and that there's going to be more of this kind of continuous authentication. So the paradigm of things like continuous authentication involve in fact, AIs, right? So for example, even things like your mouse movement, the way that you kind of use your computer, maybe your voice, maybe your face, right? So for example, your laptop or your phone could continuously be monitoring your face and saying, yep, that is still the same person that was there. So I think continuous monitoring of humanness, I think these are all, and biometric factors that are included in multi-factors, I think will be super important technology for establishing authenticity. I also think things like cryptographic signing of sensors. So I think, for example, cameras, if you think about like a smartphone camera can have a digitally signed photograph. But the other thing you can do is you can actually place a hash of the photograph onto a blockchain, just to demonstrate that the image itself has been untampered or unaltered since it was taken. So you can actually have a cryptographic signature that attests to the authenticity of a piece of a photograph. And then in addition to that, you can also have a blockchain technology that kind of ensures that you're going to have immutability of that original image. I think the same thing can apply to videos. So anyhow, that's what I have to say about it.
We're going to open it up to one more question. Somebody raise your hand and shout it out.
Steve, you're on mute, so I can't hear it.
I don't know if you can hear the applause. The noise-canceling headphones. Well, thank you, Miko.
Thanks very much.
Well, I think we're at time. So thank you, Arti. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Jeremiah, Venture Scout, and the founder of Llama Labs, a great networking community. But I'll let you know more about it.
Thanks. Great job, everybody. What a delight to. I'll just project. Can you hear me back there? Quick introduction. I'm Jeremiah Aoyang. I've been in California for a long time. See a lot of familiar faces. Some folks from the hackathon. Who's at the hackathon? One at Craft? Okay, yeah, a lot of folks. I know there are 2 hackathons. I have a background in enterprise. I was a Forrester analyst. I've started 3 companies. Right now, I'm working with Blitzscaling Labs. I'm an LP, but also a scout, and working with a number of VCs. I'm also working with corporate executives on the topic of AI business. And I think about it as the term we want to use is AI for business and humanity, which was kind of the topic of the last presenter, really. So I'm here to talk about how to build a scalable business model and a defensible business model, since we're looking at many of the places, many startups in this space. And there's a Twitter account. If you go to my Twitter account right now, you see my pinned tweet, and we're going to put up my pinned tweet right now, which is kind of a market-texture breakdown, similar to the one that you shared. It's a little bit more simplified, so we can talk about it. So first we'll talk about the funding in the market. There's about $8 billion deployed. A lot of it has gone to foundational models. I don't know if you knew this, but the cost to train OpenAI, a GT, is around $500 million, which is extensive. And last month, their cloud computing bill last month was $700K per day. Also, I used to work in the data storage space, and I know many folks in that area. And right now, the lead time for processing chips, the physical chips, silicon chips, is 40 weeks. And any that are coming are already purchased by Amazon and Microsoft. So if you're trying to build an FM, if you're trying to get chips, and by the way, the cost for those chips is $200,000 per chip. Elon bought 10,000 last month. So if you're trying to build an FM, what are you going to do? All right, so part 1 is a startup. It's going to be hard to compete with. Yes, I know there's open source ones. I know you can run it on local. The second thing is, so the cost is high. So you're likely, what you're going to do is you're going to partner with an FM. You're going to use cloud services, which was, what's your name again? Victor. Victor brought up the great as a strategy. So frankly, guys, if you're running an AI space, you have some serious issues to be a competitor in the space. And if you want to get funding from Blitzscaling Ventures or other investments, firms and funds, you need to make sure you have a really competitive business model. VCs only want to fund startups that are going to be $1 billion. That's what they're focused on. Otherwise, the mechanics don't work. So I'm here to talk to you about how to build a defensible business model. How's that sound? All right. My tweet. Now, if you like the tweet, I encourage you to share it with others. You can tweet it out. So I launched this about a week ago. And essentially, I looked at many different architecture diagrams. As I mentioned, Forrester analyst in enterprise software space. I covered social media. You don't have to take photos of it. You can tweet it. It's on Twitter. But essentially, at the bottom layer, this is so I tried to make this simple, but yet comprehensive. And there's things that are missing for sure. For example, ML ops needs to be clearly spelled out in layer 2. So layer 1 is data. There's 2 types. There's public and there's proprietary. A future data set, by the way, this is a business opportunity, is proof of fact. Stephen and I were talking about that. Proof of fact is a new data set that needs to emerge. Because with hallucinations, we're lacking proof of fact. So we can build that as a business goal. Layer 2, AI infrastructure. Software management, optimization, security, ML ops, repositories, Hugging Face would be an example, hardware, data centers, and energy management. Each of those things are business markets. Each of those will have maybe 3 different players in each market, multiple unicorns in each of these categories. Each word is a unicorn. That's a company worth a. Each word is a unicorn. Got it? Next, AI models. We talked about that. Proprietary and open source. I spoke with Amazon yesterday. As you know, Bedrock is coming out, right? In the single pane of glass that connects multiple systems and also cloud services. They're going to launch their own Titan, so that's one to watch. They're already into so many startups. They're the dominant player when it comes to startups with AWS. So that's one to watch. Next layer. So I broke this into two. AI apps. So right now, the website, there's an AI for that. It's 4,200 different projects in the AI space. Last month, it was like 3,000. So you can see that clip of growth, 1/3 of the market. So that's AI apps. Some of them are generated by agents, so they're not real companies, they're just projects. And many of the hackathon projects that were birthed last week from the two different groups, those are probably going to go into that directory. Most of those will not survive. AI apps, there's consumer, there's enterprise, then by different vertical, like this, name again? Toby. So they're working in supply chain in the industry, right? Yeah. So that's a very specific app. It's already generating revenue. So that's like one category play. And then next is, I wanted to break this out, autonomous agents, as its own category, because I think that is its own software market. And I think it's still forming, so I don't have an opinion on how that's exactly going to look yet, but we're definitely going to see platforms, we're going to see management systems, and things like that. So don't know yet. All right, so that's the AI technology stack. I'll evolve it over time. Now, how to make sure this is a defensible business model? So the things that we're looking at in the VC firm is, I see 5 criteria. I'm not tweeting this, by the way. So if you write it down, you got it. Don't ask me after the session. I won't tell you, because this is just room. All right, the first one is, do you have access to proprietary data? The opposite is, you're using somebody else's GPT, and when they shift and they add in plugins and they go real time, then you're beholden to them. For example, last month, I was with the YC team, and when GPT turned on plugins, half of the AI startups in YC had to pivot. Many of them died. Yeah, I guess it's kind of funny, because you're dependent on somebody else's platform. So who worked in Web 2? All right, wow, only 3 hands. All right, so the lessons, you guys remember those lessons, right? Don't build your house in somebody else's backyard. So the AI startups don't know this lesson yet. I mean, that was a big burn, right? Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, it was a big burn. Oh man, God. So people set those things up, the APIs would change, they started to charge for the fire hose, and then all of a sudden, 30% fee for revenues. 30% fee. What are you going to do about it? Nothing you can do. All your users are there. You don't even have a direct relationship with your users. So I want you to know. I see the people with the gray hair in the room. They're like, in there. And the people with the black or brown hair, just young people, they're like, what? What is he talking about? Don't build your house in somebody else's backyard. I saw this happen. People's startups were destroyed. All right. So do you have access to proprietary data? Where is proprietary data? Okay, here's another question. Go ahead. Yep, that's right. Thank you. So here's a fun fact. It is estimated that 80% of the world's data is behind the firewall. 80% of the world's data is in a company, in companies, in industries. So while most AI startups are running around GPT, where there's public data, most of the data is hidden. And those companies don't want to give it to Amazon, Google, and Microsoft so easily. Fun fact, GPT data is actually very small. So if you compress text data, it's only 1 terabyte. It fits on your phone. Yes, they're adding more, but it's really not that much. So most data is behind the enterprise. By the way, most of the data in enterprise, and you know this, is unstructured data, which LLMs are perfect to solve. So that's point 1. What we're looking for is, do you have access to proprietary data? Got it? Number 2, are you building proprietary data? So are you capturing different types of information, such as prompt? Are you creating new types of metadata that hasn't been seen before? And are you putting that into your own repository? How are you creating your own proprietary data that nobody else has? That's pretty simple, right? It's not actually. When I see like most of the apps on the app space, they're just connecting to an LLM, they're not collecting the information. So it's like, it's wasted information. All right, the third one is user-to-user network effect. So when the user interacts with the AI or an LLM, when more users participate, does it add value? So does it have social features? If people thumbs up the responses, does it result in better outcomes or results for others? As an example. The fourth one is the AI learning? So machine learning, obviously. You'd be surprised many of the AI apps are not doing that. And then the fifth one is, do you have a strategic relationship to reduce your computing costs? So how do you keep your costs down low by having access to your computing? All right, so repeat the five. Do you have access to proprietary data? 2, are you creating your own proprietary data that nobody else has? 3, are you enabling network effects from user to user, and it becomes more valuable as more people use it? The fourth one is your AI learning a new form of machine learning? And 5, operational reduction in costs, specifically around computing. Now, if you can do the first 4, you're golden. So your job is to do 3 or 4 of those criteria at once in your business model. Does that make sense? That's my speech. That's it. Okay. Take some questions. Right over here. Yes. So overall, yes, the question is, are there bubbles in the space? And there's obviously quite a bit. Most of the AI apps are not generating revenue is an indicator thereof. Even with GPT-4 charging $20 a month, they're still not covering their computational costs and their operational costs to train the model. So yes, overall, everything's a bubble right now. But if you have proprietary data, that tells me you have a relationship with an enterprise. If you have a relationship with an enterprise, you have recurring revenues immediately. So my first investment was in Octane AI in 2017. I put in 3 rounds, and they're profitable because they're an e-commerce company and they generate direct revenues through transactions. And they can prove sale that the AI bots are enabling improved conversion. So that works there. But yes, I expect that we're going to see a shakeout in a few quarters. There's just too much of a mess. Great question. Next. Back over here.
What's more important, point number 1 or point number 2? Is it more important to have your own proprietary data or to be have access to it?
That's a great question. I think they're kind of equal on their own. However, if you get access to somebody else's proprietary data and you're using an LLM to generate new data, technically you are creating new data because you can see what was generated and what worked. So if you did A, then if you're smart enough, then you get B. Thank you. That's a great question. Yes.
You're a hot new LLM startup. What's the cost of getting access?
Yeah. Okay. So enterprises. Have you sold to enterprises before? Yeah. So it's an 18-month sales cycle. Like most startups only 6 months run. So you need to go get funding. You probably need to do $5 million of funding at a 10, 15 M valuation to even get that. So you need a proof of concept from 2 to 3 enterprises to start with. And then you have to go through a lot. So here's what the enterprises want with an LLM. They want to make sure that their data is safe. Now, of course, Amazon is going to, and the other cloud providers are going to say, we're going to give you a private cloud. We'll probably do it in the country that you want. But some enterprises, like healthcare and finance, are going to want that on-prem. So that is just a lot of work all on its own. So it's a long conversation to be had. Need to reduce the amount of hallucination going to be more important than on the side.
As an investor, what do you see are the next on the immediate horizon with investing?
Yeah, I mean, we can hear from the tone of my conversation that enterprise is, I think, where we're going to see true traction. And then the emerging market to me is going to be the AI agents, autonomous agents. That's a whole ecosystem in itself. And then picks and shovels would just, of course, be the AI infrastructure. And that's a whole play that's tied to all things in enterprise. That's how I see it. I think, yes, you could invest in a ML, but it's just like they're going to need 200M to get going. So you're going to be heavily diluted right off the bat.
Time for one more question. Going for it. Jump into the spotlight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at pre operation.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Okay, so I do work with corporate executives, and I'll be announcing a new business in about a month that does things with them. They will incorporate it as best as they can. They're going to be very slow. So they're going to rely on partners like Salesforce and Deloitte, McKinsey. They're going to spin up 2-year roadmaps to get AI out, conversational AI. I think it's going to be a long path for them. But at the same time, they have so much capital and existing revenue that I think they will continue to generate revenue. So I don't think they're going to go away. I think they'll both be low for a while. I don't think the LLM startups are going to radically disrupt big corporations immediately. I just don't see that happening yet.
Acquisition?
It depends who's acquiring who. I mean,
operate.
Maybe. I mean, the valuation, these are billion-dollar companies, so I think it's just very difficult for them to I just don't know if the LLMs would want to sell. I just don't think they would. So what I do expect to see is more white label LLMs emerging that can be branded. So the corporations want to use the LLM for at least 3 business models. 1 is for employees and partners, 2 is customer facing, and 3 is integration of product. So those are each individual product categories in themselves. So even smart companies, entrepreneurs, will take open source software and then rebrand it and make it safe and put it on-prem. So that's a business model that can happen very soon. I host events here called the Llama Lounge. It happens every month. Weeks is already sold out. Who's coming next week? Anybody? Okay. That's sold out at any capacity, but June 15th will be the next one. Is in San Francisco. And I let 10 startups, AI startups, be at the demo table at no cost. Just want to help the community, and I bring in speakers as well. So thank you guys all so much. I'll be outside for about 10 minutes, and I had to head off. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Now we have Raymond's going to do a quick little demo, and then we're queuing up Varshi. Come on up, and also going to bring it back up for this next panel.
Last meeting.
Yeah.
So, welcome everybody. So, everyone's a lot of talk today. It's a bit slightly different. I gotta show them. My name is Raymond. I'm from Intel. So today what you're seeing is we're gonna run AI on the app one day, right? We all agree, right? Okay, that's not enough people. Let's see everybody first. All right, so that's live. And let's challenge this a little bit. Someone hold this one. All right. Now better talk, right? But it didn't. It worked. Why? Because we optimize it on our silicon. What happened right here at this moment is we are at the pivotal point, guys. We have so cases to be able to have the power. Remember, we have to use the customer, right, to get it right. So today what I'm showing you is this, our effort from Intel. We call it open feed. The idea is like you run a lot of these like YOLO, right? Remember YOLO? Anyone knows YOLO? Yeah? Who? Right, we have YOLO, we have anyone? Anyone know them? Yeah? These are all technology that we talk about today can run directly. So for example, why I'm going to show you this demo is when I first joined Intel, I always want to get this running at 100 FPS. Right? You see this? I started this when I was doing my PhD. I can barely get it running 0.5 FPS. That is the mission that we at Intel right now. Having this device that you have every day, could be one day. We actually support ARM. I don't think a lot. We do. Have this tool to enable all of you to build applications. Right? Think about this. I want to do that's my yoga pose. And you can run, for example, okay, something else. I wanted to know person. Remember, we have use case, report, or people want to know how many people are there. Now let's label people, right? It's like that. All this are running on a laptop machine. So I've been working on this kind of project for a long time, ever since. I don't know, you guys heard about Toronto? Anyone? Okay, I graduated from there. Professor's father of. So I had a company called Meta back then. So today I'm gonna do a fire chat. I'm not gonna do more. All of them I want to show you because these are the things on laptop. And we're gonna break that barrier one day because what's better than you have your own source? Start up. Last thing on is building things from someone's backyard. This. Okay. That's the fire chat, okay? That's my own. Well, by the way, it's also you can port to ARM, as I said. I'm very open on this. Anyone have ever used it? If not, let me know. I'll strip you one for free. All right? All right, let's start.
Intel Mac once.
Today I do have get the way. Intel, right? Software engineering manager. So joke when I so actually I put my thought evangelist. Yes, we did. And why are we evangelists? Because like that. So if you answer a question at the end of this file chat, you get one of this. If any questions. Lastly, if anyone is a programmer here? Code? The t-shirt. Guess who that is? Very famous. I actually designed this, so if you have any questions, instruction to install all the open fin. This is the name of the. All right, let's start the fire chat.
Yeah, thank you. The great little demo. I'm glad I said yes. All right, so let's bring Tvarshi up and Amit back up, and we'll do a little hear about AI at the edge. So just demonstrated making moves on your local devices.
Close it then. Pen's got it work, man. The last minute. Am I the moderator of a god? Right. So I'm from Intel. My background is I did my computer science in Toronto, where I got my PhD. So before Intel, I had a company, also part of the YC, 13. So I'm a little bit like the old timer, where Paul Graham was the mentor. The company name was Meta. I'm not joking. META. I know exactly where the domain, how it gets sold. So if you're interested, you can ask me, and how much exactly you know. Oh man, not telling you publicly, but you can ask me later. But definitely not cheap, and I still, this one of the life decision I regret. Anyway, not important, but after that, I was CTO, by the way, during that time, so I did a lot of live demo. The method at that time is building augmented reality, so AR, VR. So when I first started, I took a backpack from Toronto. This is the way it works, right? Backpack it as a student. And then after that, I was at Samsung Next as an evangelist. Then I worked with Toby here, was my ex-boss. Thank you. Also the hackathon arena. So for a very short amount of time, then I started Intel, being the evangelist manager. So a team of 6, if you're interested in working in India, China, Europe, I have evangelists in each region that can help you. Thank you.
Quite an intro. My name is Amit Badlani. I work at NVIDIA, and we love it.
We do.
So I actually started as an AI. I actually my research was on LSTM. That's when I realized that models are getting better, but are we really part of my how to have human and also having real use cases like driving. I've been now product man professional AI product. What we build talk about, but essentially from data, how we can run some of the powerful pocket device that connected to the hospital. My work.
Hey folks, Devarshi Shah. We're a low-code, no platform that makes it solutions that our business make possible by folks the deploy ready or and give them at the edge on cloud pretty much everything. In fact, you can so we build on top sort of provide and accelerate time to market. Focus.
Great. So, trying to moderate this conversation. I may just like questions. So now, all at the background Sorry? Okay. Plugin software, right? So when you approach customer, right, what are the sort of things you always like, oh, I wish I knew that before I approach them, right? What are the top 5 regrets so far, right? Let's start with the regrets, right? We all have regrets in life, but these are the lessons that, like, because like 5 years ago when I started, right, that demo never run. That was my regret. It took me 2 years to get it running on every laptop. I got 70 demos now, right? So what's your sort of thing you wish you have done better, or let's say work deployment, let's say.
I think to is very the flip side is when you start getting environment that we're back there, whether these solutions work effectively, customers, how well is their data? Does your
Tell me one story that like right narrative can.
But here's
Yeah.
so we this solution in a parking lot management at, and it turns out, you know, they're deploying those, and all of a sudden, right, the cool thing to talk about you know, out demos are we walk in. Turns out that the customer has a camera that's mounted like 100 feet up, right? Not a typical vantage point that in the common model we have on, and all of a sudden the demo doesn't work, right? And so that's an example of, you know, customer scenarios where your model may not perform. Hey, you know, the flip side of the it took us probably less than a couple of hours to retrain the model to use that vantage point because we plug into that infrastructure to collect data. So it ended really well, but that's sort of one of the common challenges that you run into.
Mike, do you have any live play related problem ever?
Regrets and problems for
Yeah.
sure. There's plenty out there in the public, but one of the things that I do want to talk about is actually one of the customers. I'm not gonna name names, but
No name.
Basically, enterprises, you often realize that some of the solutions that are targeted might not fit, you know, everyone. So one size doesn't fit all. And so one of the things that I've actually been stumped on is multimodal, right? And you can do almost everything for vision, speech, but there's always going to be this one thing that is missing, right? Especially when you have to accelerate everything at the edge, right? Because on-prem is just expensive. So that's just one of the biggest learnings going in, and of course, like, improve by doing more market analysis and, you know, going after all the use cases and mapping them all out. But one of the things that I want to talk about is specifically on the robots, right? As you know, one of the biggest use cases for artificial intelligence, you want to be able to have utility, but then you realize, like, you know, okay, you have text to speech, you have most of the automation, you have the vision AI apps, but are you missing some of the other sensors? You might have camera support, but the LiDAR doesn't work. So I think that's where it comes down to basically having, you know, analyzing fragmented spaces better and going in there with, like, maybe research ahead of time.
So the reason I bring this up is we like reality, right? We're shipping things. We love to fact check. We care because the moment that who's gonna call us? It will be a lot of like those code regression tests that I've seen in. So particularly, you talk about license plate. It's almost funny. We never talk about it in any conference. Had anyone? It's not perfectly solved, but well solved problem, but deployed a lot. So I actually did that before. So I was talking to my team. It's like, what are you guys selling? What are you selling chips to? It's like, oh, one of the example I sold 5 years ago. oh, that's how, because the lag, right? So I think today I have a good chat with my friends here. Sometimes we ride the waves. Time as an enterprise, let's sustain that wave, guys, minimum, right? And then also, when you get to lag, people that are using an older model, that's where the majority I see, right? There's all, like, if you go to air, do you think that hardware was last year? No, most likely it was the legacy. So I think when you build a business, you need to think in these two scales, right? Like, you, of course, sustain all the new stuff, but also, how do you constantly support your customer? Let's have a customer, okay? Is it okay? Yep. So, anyone here? How many products? More than one, right? So, we always have this kind of thinking, right? I think it was a PPP thing, like power, performance, price. So, how do you ever, let's say, to the edge, how do you go to your customer in a way that they understand it? You always have this problem, it's like, I want everything, right? The everything talk, right? That expectation. Today I gotta do a scenario. I gotta come be okay. I just shop in this world. Whatever that is. I cannot put names. I'm trying to reduce names. And then I have about 1 million people walking into my shopping mall. How would you sell it to me, right? How would you like help me to understand? Like, what kind of question would you ask me? Because this one I think is important because customer doesn't know, right? How would you start this conversation? Today I'm the CTO of this chain of that. How do you start usually?
Yeah, so first of all, I think when you're trying to ship a product, you should be able to go from an marketer to a customer solutions architect, right? Very quickly. So I think agility is key. But when you're really, trying to sell a product to a big enterprise like a chain, like Raymond mentioned, I think it's important to question, and not just question in terms of what their use cases are, because everyone knows their use cases, right? It's more important to actually do usability studies and see behind the scenes of how they're really using things. What is the breaking point? It's essential for you to understand, what are really the needs go after. So one of the examples that I can give from one of the partnerships we just announced was with this big retail chain that's trying to have basically simple vision AI apps, which can be accelerated on the edge. But edge is not the problem. The problem was, how can you utilize and make these models better and better? And so the play was essentially have iterative learning to make things better. And for you to be able to do that, you're not just needing edge solution, but also something scales to the cloud. And so scalability is essential for a big enterprise, like a big grocery chain, let's say. So I think it's important to understand those things, and in the time you won't be able to these meetings, you'll actually have to observe the use cases carefully, do usability studies. Obviously,
I think the key is like the listening part, right? So I went to a couple of business meetings, right? And I was like, so excited. Tell me more. The tell me more part, right?
The 5 whys also help.
The what?
The 5 whys. When you actually ask someone why you want to do something, and they might know the answer. Customer doesn't know what they want, but they will still tell you what they want. And then when you ask why repeatedly, you get to the root of it. So I think the root cause is important.
That's good.
But back to you, Raymond.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think, just to, continue down the path that you guys started, as part of any successful product sale, right, is the root of being able to solve customer problems, right? You can't get away from it. And even when you start with use cases, even when you start to get down to so what, right, and what really matters to you, I think that it's no different from any, for an AI product versus any product, right? But I think where sort of AI-driven products add a bit of twist to the mix really comes back to even when you have all those answers right, when you start getting into the nitty-gritties of, okay, like what kind of data am I sort of using to drive this AI product, right? There's so much variability there, right? So trying to get a better sense for, so in our case, right? A lot of conversations typically revolve around, hey, what kind of cameras do you have? What, right? Do you have enough density, right? And those drive a lot of sort of system specifications, right, in order to make projects successful. You know, example video data set, right, we can just to see how well existing solutions and models that we have in our marketplace, you know, solve those problems, and where there's additional training or training needed, right, becomes a critical part of critical conversation. So I think given the fact that the models it's actually not quite deterministic, adds a little bit of complexity to this entire conversation, where even if you know really well, how well are you going to be able to accomplish that timeframes, and what's actually involved, you know, maybe actually a solutions team that's going to go off and build a customized sort of model based on enterprise data, out of factor very heavily into a project or product sale being successful.
Perfect. You give me the next line. I was thinking exactly this. How do you work with enterprise, right? So it's not hard if you know what's going on behind the scenes. So let me give you a bit of a secret. You guys, a secret? Don't write down, please, guys. A secret. So first, when you engage with an enterprise, often we'll get into someone like an account manager, some salesperson, and that's where you usually, you know, I don't want to talk more, right? Don't do that, okay? Engage and ask questions, because that's the time we started making notes, right? Because usually for, let's say Intel, we have a portfolio of hardware, portfolio of software. So the guy that listens to you actually doing pair matching is no different than they sometimes think about, right? It's like all the criteria fit, right? And then if you call them enough, then you start to look into contractual, right? Like, are you guys serious? Are you guys talking? Or they start doing prototype. I think prototyping, don't miss it, because we often provide engineering. That's where, you know, like, okay, what was the scale we're looking at? I look at hard, like, remember I was tracking those people thing? I don't know, guys, why do you, right? That's the discovery phase of working with enterprise. And trust me, we put a lot of money behind it, because that's how we have our reputation, right? So that's the sort of that. And then first and last, I think, the deep engagement is a lot of those early prototype and deployment testing. You will not be afraid of like asking questions, because that's where things breaks. I worked with one startup, a hacker person before. He just built a prototype using kind of Lego. The game was simple. Let's say do a. Don't you ever try to build a gearbox in a car? Anyone knows? You know, if right, trying to miss one screw. That's pretty much where you're screwed, right? So there's no screw in there most likely. But if you miss some part of it, that's where things go really wrong. So the company was trying to, okay, I want to do that process through machine vision. You can like, making sure this is right angle at the right time. Guess what? That prototype turned into the, then build a tool, they deploy it on the factory. That's what the number problem was. Anyone can bet? What's the problem they face? They use Lego, right? The real thing is shiny. It doesn't work. Because it was shiny. It was metal. Using like 3D printer part, and the moment you put it in there, it's like, how? Oopsie. So by that time, we were observing, we're helping, right? We just like, grab the data, retrain the model, deploy again, and after deployment, it started to work. So these are the sort of phase that you will see if you work with enterprise, let's say big player. I think NVIDIA, Intel, a couple big players does have that kind of, you know, structure. It's a bit slow. I would say it will take months. But it's like school, right? How many years you school? Years? You need to go through some curriculum. Once you set up, it's a lot easier. All right. So next question. Are you all ready? How much more do you have? All right, so I have to
get two questions in here. You guys share this mic. Okay, who's got a question? Speak loud into the mic, right through the mic so they can hear.
So I have two questions for Raymond. Great demo. Yeah. So two questions. It seems you have a great computer. How fast can your webcam run in terms of FPS?
First, I don't have a very fast computer. It's just a auto like Gen 12. It's pretty good. So I'm Gen 12, i9.
I was talking about the web camera, because yeah, the skeleton annotation is running at 100 FPS. That seems to me fake.
Oh, it's not exactly the frame per second of the camera, but it's the latency of like how fast the algorithm can run.
Got it. Then that's not that's. Okay. That's the first one. Then the second one is about the object, the tracking and counting. Do we have more than 142 people here? Because on the screen, I didn't really count the number of people here. Because on the screen I saw it. It has a number of 142.
So that's a few from when you do deployment. The camera sees this much. When you go a frame, you come back in, you're a new person again. So that's when you do deployment, you have to figure out. The tracking only works within the frame. Once you get out, you get a new ID.
We need people speaking to the microphone now. There's a lot of techniques you can use to solve that. Like
I know. I have done this.
To be able to
Actually, I have done this. I'm just curious because this is a serious demo. You probably want to fix that before you're showing. Sorry. Really?
All right, that's what I'm listening right here. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback, and thank you for joining.
One more question, and please use the mic. Oh yeah.
Hey, so we have our own models that run on device, but one of the problems that we have is that all the AI that we run that's local is very OS and device dependent and hardware dependent. So, for example, we use Qualcomm Snapdragon SNPE, and it's not only designed for just like Qualcomm and ARM chips. It's like that specific chip. We have to retrain the model for that specific model of chipset. So, what do you guys see as the solution for being able to create super high performance, super low latency stuff that runs on local devices that is cross-platform, and you don't have to tune the model for every single different piece of hardware?
You see the T-chip? That's OpenFino. That's the toolkit that actually works with CPU, GPU, even FPGA, and also the coming up PPUs. So the way we think about it is an architecture difference. First, we have a plugin. So we have something called OpenFino runtime. So what we do is today, if you ever try to use PyTorch running your model on a CPU, that's the default setting, right? That's the slowest thing you can try. Then what OpenFino will do is we take those models, we convert it into the OpenFino format, the R format. It's representation that actually we compile by first trimming those fat, right? There's always fat in the model. Then these can run on CPU and GPU because on runtime, anyone have ever worked with OpenCL? Yeah, so we do the compilation of flood. And you cache it. Then what happened is I have the slowest machine called a, Intel Atom. Anyone knows Celeron? The bad names. Oh, sorry. Oh my God, it's recorded. I need my job, guys. But in the Gen 12, I show a demo on my LinkedIn. I can run this demo live because now it has capability. So this is cross-platform. So you can run on the same ARC A770, and the performance is about, 10, 20, 100 times faster. But you don't have to rewrite your source code. That's what OpenFino is for. I don't want to sell more. I'm not here to sell, but this is the answer because that's why I joined Intel.
You mentioned CPU and GPU. Does it also support the DSP of various devices?
Well, the CPU is pretty close to the FPGA and all that. You can customize it. I see less customer directly goes to that because unless you do aviation, if you want to fly a plane, maybe you need that. Right. Depending on your use case, right? If you really get that power performance, and you also.
I think there's going to be some dependencies, like you mentioned, on the DSP side, and also we try our best. So I think you already saw Raymond provided a pretty comprehensive answer. I think in terms of NVIDIA, also you have SDKs that are cross-platform compatible. Of course, it's more accelerated if you use NVIDIA hardware, right? But then you can actually use those open SDKs, cross-platform. So I think that would be, one of the biggest things to look out for open SDKs. And now if it's robotic, then, or healthcare, then you might look at NVIDIA. If it's, embedded, OpenVINO is right there. We also have Jetson. But I think the underlying thing is there's going to be certain dependencies for sure. And then it really just depends on, your hardware, which layer you want to abstract out. So if it's like really like an end stack with layer 1 through the apps layer being abstracted out, then you have a lot more solutions out there. If you want more control with respect to the hardware because you want to make those choices on power, performance, and price, then I think open SDKs would be the best choice as opposed to just going for Qualcomm or others out there. Right.
Yeah, I mean, echo a lot of these things. Like we build them up, and we enable folks to port models across. The whole point is at some level, right? If you're building solutions, you don't want to spend so much time worrying about the underlying hardware that you're going to run it on. Today, you have to, right? And part of what we are trying to do is to make that so that you don't have to. And because when you don't, people worry about these things, you accelerate the pace at which you build.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Where's the swag station? Maybe we just bring it to the back. Well, we don't want everybody coming up in the middle of the session. Thanks for coming, and thanks for awesome conveying of rich information and insights. We have Rana coming up. I think you just have to motion. No? It's not really working through the clicker is here, but it's not going to work. Okay. You want to just give us a quick intro of who you are, and we'll hit the slides.
Hi guys. So I'm Rana Kudral. I'm the CEO of Behavioral Signals. We're a deep learning company that's focused on a very specific aspect of understanding human cognition, state of mind, actions, behaviors, and intent. Really sort of being inside the brain of a human, from how a human does it, from a perspective of understanding how someone else is feeling when you're speaking with them. It's a modal modality, which is the non-verbal cues of a which is the voice, pitch and tonal variance, etc. And so we'll talk to you a little bit about sort of what's happening in this space, and specifically what we're building, and how you'd see this come to the world around you, and might experience it in the near future. Some of you may have actually already done it, with the technology. Okay, please. So I think, let's start with, we're talking a lot about AI. Suddenly it's gone mainstream because of ChatGPT, and the retail audience, I'd say, has a take of what it looks like. So that's why there's a lot of excitement. And so there's a lot of concern, but one big thing that I'm thinking about is, well, soon will to have AI make some decisions on behalf, right? So the question is it okay? Is that not okay? But first, most important question is, like, how does that actually even happen? I mean, how does AI make a decision? And to answer that question, you have to first understand how a human makes a decision, right? So, because a lot of what we're looking to do is replicate human ability from that perspective. So when we sort of think about what does it, it's not always it's not always obvious. It's not just logic, right? So logic is one aspect of human, but there's a lot of factors that go into a decision that human has. So aspect of understanding the intent, the emotions, the behavioral state, but our brains are sort of looking at speaking to or interacting, processing all of that into the decision that we're going to make in terms of the conversation that we're having or the interaction we have with the person. And so when you think about that, we have to sort of then replicate this in a non-human, a machine or a software system. Then we have to think about, well, how do we actually do that? How do we actually build these algorithms that allow for that decision making? Next slide, please. So one of the things that I ask a lot is that right? I mean, should that even happen? I mean, first is like, should machines have emotions? And the second question is, well, if they should, can they? Is it even possible, right? I have this from the founding fathers of AI, Marvin Minsky, and he was once asked this question, like, can an intelligent machine have emotions? And so his answer was pretty impressive, right? So what he said was, it's not the question that can an intelligent machine have emotions. The question is, can a machine be even considered intelligent without emotions, right? So if someone doesn't really have the ability to understand emotions and behaviors, are you really intelligent? I mean, what is? But then let's answer the first question, which is, should a machine have emotions? And so then you have to think about, what could happen if that's not true. Like, so for example, let's consider that there are two certainties. One is that we're going to have these machines, these AIs are going to be more and more intelligent. In many ways, an order of magnitude much more intelligent than a human is. And the second thing is that we're going to be very dependent on them. These two things are more or less certain. I think everyone will agree with that. So then the question is that in this future, in this AGI world, when you have this machine intelligent and you are very dependent on that, would you rather that machine have the ability to understand emotions or not? When you put that question in a human context and you think about a human that is super intelligent and does not have the ability to process emotions, that's a clinical definition of a psychopath. Right? So I don't think we want to have machine psychopath AGIs around in the future. We would think, probably feel better if that AGI actually is empathetic, has the ability to understand emotions and behaviors. All right, next one. So here's a glimpse into what that experience might look like. So this is actually an implementation with one of our partners. It's Temi Robotics. We built these beautiful robots that act as a companion for people who need companionship. They're living by themselves. Some upkeep. So let's play this video. I hope that no sound up. That's gonna be okay.
John, please, take your pills. You know what? Why don't you go somewhere else? Good morning, John. Morning. John, it's time for your medication. Could you please retrieve your pills from the dispenser?
Sound, because what we're looking to do is understanding the state of mind.
Good morning, John.
Video because it can't really if the sound doesn't play, just skip it. Okay, so then let's talk a little bit about the type of engines that we're building. Think of this as an implementation of behavioral signal processing, where you're extracting signals from one of the modalities, which is the nonverbal cues of conversation, which is tone of voice. And the type of signals we extract today roughly be put in 3 buckets, right? So the first bucket would be emotions, like anger, happiness, sadness. Then the second bucket is behaviors, like engagement, empathy, politeness, etc. There's a whole wide range. It is really the most interesting one, which is a collection of advanced classifiers that you're building these classifiers based on industry APIs. So this is where you can actually track level of satisfaction that someone's feeling in the moment. So think of this as a PS score or experience in the moment, and stuff like is someone stressed, and if they are stressed, like measure the stress in the moment at that in the moment of time. Someone some of control, like they're saying something, but are they saying because they actually want to say it, or someone's making them say it? So those kind of things. And also the most interesting thing is you can also predict intent to do something or intent to not do something. How does that work? I mean, the way you do that is first, you need to have a custom, you have to model, customize, or have that interaction. So you need to understand what is that level of interaction. Is it a doctor-patient conversation? Is it a conversation between an agent and a client in a call center? and then you have to sort of, you know, models on that specific data set. Once you have that, you need some sort of an ability to understand the state of mind of the person that you are trying to predict for. And you could use different engines, different modalities. What we do is we focus on obviously the verbal cues in a voice conversation, and from that we can build a sort of a cognition model of what is the state of mind from an emotional behavioral state, and you put it together, you can actually predict intent. You could predict if someone's going to buy or not buy. You can predict if someone's going to pay their debt or not pay their debt, if it's a collective conversation, or any other particular action that you know that you may want to predict. So you know, it sounds a little bit too sort of far-fetched, but it actually does work. I mean, we've built models where predict in the first 2 seconds of a conversation if the debt holder will pay their debt or not, and that prediction is about 82 to 85% accurate. So that's, you know, quite interesting if you could sort of build other things on top of it. The other interesting thing you can do is, you know, you could create a conversational bioprint of a person based on recent interactions. What is that? Essentially, it's a vector file of about 75 to 100 attributes that encapsulate various essential dynamics of how a person converses. So this is, you know, generally how fast or slow someone speaks, to various emotional, behavioral states they exude in a conversation. You can put it together, bioprint, and then you realize that this bioprint is actually very unique to a human, like a fingerprint is. And then you can use these bioprints to make very you know, intelligent decisions around who is the ideal conversation partner for a person that you need a conversation with. So a great application in the call center, and this is actually something we do quite a bit. I mean, we deploy this in call centers, intelligent agent line matching on the fly, you know, for a person that who's calling in, based on, not based on, you know, why you're calling, but based on really who's your ideal conversational partner. And when you get those two right people together, you create a situation to, you know, build natural rapport and affinity. Okay, let's play the next one. So I guess the sound is still not working, right? Yeah. So, well, video is actually.
Have they published results on cancer causality perceptions yet? I'm afraid not. Shoot, what am I going to do now? Maybe I can find results somewhere else. I will search further. Human Genome Project has published some preliminary results on the number of study participants and their population diversity. Is that useful? That is fantastic. Great find, Elsa. Can you upload? It would be great to add some numbers. Already uploaded in e-files.
So, yeah, I mean, unfortunately the audio doesn't play, so you can't really realize it. And this, this was an interesting audio test where you actually go do this on your own. You're curious about why this technology. You know, pick a clip of your favorite clip from a movie of your choice. Pick it in a language that you do not understand at all, like you have no clue, right? So let's say if you do not understand Japanese, pick a movie clip from a Japanese movie, and play that sound. And try to understand, you know, try to see if you can figure out, or your brains can figure out, what's really happening in that scene. So you have no other cues other than tone of voice. So it's just audio, and there's no closed captions. You have no idea. You're sort of listening to it, and you know, can you identify, understand who? I mean, how many participants are there in that scene? How are they behaving and how are they interacting? Can you sort of see, identify subtle differences between, say, anger and excitement, which are similar signals but still quite different? And you know, you see that you actually do that really well. I mean, it's just, I mean, you don't really have to put a lot of effort in there. It sort of comes naturally to you, because born with it.
Là, on croise la veuve du tambour de la fanfare. Elle porte la varange de son mari depuis qu'il est mort. Attention, hein. Tiens, l'enseigne de la boucherie Chevalier n'a perdu une oreille. Ce rire, c'est celui du mari de la...
And how it...
後悔はしてない。夢は叶わなかったけど。
It's not really understand how a human does it. We don't really know if it's actually exactly the same as human or not. Maybe one day we'll find out. But it works very effectively. And so this is some of the things that you have to deploy in various software interaction models. And in this, I mean, this test actually, so you're, it's also available on YouTube, maybe if you Google it. Engine's actually doing this, and you could sort of see how, closely you can track with how the engine sort of playing this out. All right, next slide, please. Yeah, so, I mean, while I think we've made a lot of progress, it's not this whole aspect of understanding emotional and behavioral state is not really solved yet. We're still sort of scratching the surface for the most part. And so if you go to the next slide, and I ask a question and say, guys, what do you think is happening here, right? So if I would poll and ask what is happening here, some of you recognize who the person is, you may have very different answers based on what you're just looking at. But if you were to click to the next slide, but if you have the full picture, you may realize that maybe you were off, right? So again, so when looking at emotional behavior, big picture is really, really important. This is where you need to sort of understand the state of the interaction, the mode of the interaction. It doesn't, you could be having someone shout, but doesn't necessarily mean that the person's angry, because the person may be in a noisy environment and they're just trying to communicate. So the fact that you're, you need to understand the state and the context and the domain of the interaction becomes really important in understanding, if shouting is relevant to that interaction model or not, etc. Those are some of the things we're continuing to work on, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we have a couple questions here. I'm going to take your picture. I want to get some shots. Missing some. Okay, anybody have a question? Let's do 2 questions. Keep the questions brief, and we'll keep the replies succinct.
Hi. I'm sort of curious, like, what are the technological limitations, like, to get visual emotion recognition? Because that sounds like I think I've heard before, body language, we read emotion a lot from that. Yeah. What are the limitations? Yeah. Why aren't we there yet?
So, I mean, when you're thinking about emotions, the technical term is affect, right? So that's what it's really called, from a technical term standpoint. Affect is multimodal, right? I mean, it's displayed in a multimodal form, right? So as humans, we display affect by our facial expressions, by our body language, by the words that we're choosing to speak, sometimes by not saying anything, and certainly by the tone of voice, right? So to sort of build this full picture, you'd have to, process all of these modalities where applicable and when you can. But there's also, a lot of studies now being done to sort of understand, well, how do these modalities, are they all equal? Are they all the same? Or, I mean, is one better than the other? I mean, what are the sort of superpowers of one modality versus other? And so there's actually a very interesting paper done by Professor Krauss of Yale University. I think it came out in 2017. It's on Google. You Google Professor Krauss, emotional behavioral state or something like that, and it props up. But I can send you a link if you need to. And where he actually has benchmarked these different modalities. And it's very interesting that he found out that, in terms of comparison, the tone of voice is actually the most superior. Because it's very easy for us to, game the system, essentially. I mean, so for example, say if you're speaking with someone, you could control your facial expressions if you wanted to. And you could choose to reflect, a different emotional state than you're actually in. Let's say you're disengaged, but you may, do certain facial expressions that might look like you're engaged, etc. And similarly, I mean, you can obviously choose to speak, choose the words that you're speaking. But the tone is very, very hard to do. I mean, it's extremely hard. It's very visceral. And so a lot of, like, for example, professional salespeople and other coaches, they prefer to speak with you on the phone. First conversation needs to be on the phone, not on video, not in person, but on the phone, because you connect at a very different visceral level. So yeah, I mean, so I think there are different advantages and disadvantages, but you could put it together to, depending on the use case. Yeah.
How do you describe your emotions right now?
My emotions?
Yeah.
I think excited. I don't know.
All right, last question. Regit Intel. Hume.com does something similar. Effectiva had done this 5 years back. Can you list out the use cases that you have that you're shooting for as part of this, and what is the status of the company?
So Effectiva is
both visual and...
Yeah. No, they didn't have tone of voice. So, the founder of Effectiva, Rosalind Picard, and Ran Al-Kaloubi, but the founder, the technical lead was Rosalind Picard at Media Labs. And she and our co-founder, Shrika Narayanan, were actually colleagues. And they decided that we have to solve this problem. You go solve the face, I'm going to solve the tone of voice. Okay. And so we know them very well, but they never really focused on tone. But they built a really good model on facial expressions and facial. We were the first to market worldwide on the tone of voice AI engines. And we have a fairly broad set of patents on this, and we've been, added, deploying it in different areas. How do we apply it? So our primary, so use cases,
monetization.
There are many different use cases you can go after. You can probably build half a dozen completely different companies on it. You can build one on healthcare, even machine interfaces. We found interesting opportunity in the call center space. Initially, which was sort of, building these bioprints and then, creating the matches. So we deployed this at call centers, and we sell to large financial institutions, but generally other call centers as well that have a focus on customer experience, etc. We also, one of our backers is Incotel. I don't know if you know Incotel or not. Yeah. CIA's VC firm. And so with that, we do a lot of work for the agencies. And the sorry?
I'm sorry, this is a really great conversation. At 6 o'clock, we're going to have 2 hours to network, so hopefully everybody sticks around. We can go deeper and get to know each other more.
Absolutely.
Sorry to cut you off, but we're running further behind. So we're going to catch up here. Leo, come on up.
The drill, right? You've been around. Speak loud and you just have the signal. Just use a hand signal.
Well, thank you everyone for being here today. It's been a great day. So many great talks. All right. Yeah, perfect. Great lighting, glowing, boom. All right, so let's do it. I'm going to talk about AI creator economy. I'm Leo Rezai. I used to lead Vertex's global mobile apps lead. So what is Vertex? Vertex is a biotech company that focuses on genetic rare diseases. It's the only company in the world that treats the underlying cause of CF, which is a genetic rare disease. So before Vertex, kids born with CF, they had lung issues. Their life expectancy was about 20 years or so, which is very sad. But now they're expected to live not as long as 50, 60 years. And also, I think it was last year that they had the first successful cure for diabetes type 1. So it's a very big deal. But today, I'm going to talk about AI economy. That was when I was in Boston, not in LA. And so before we move to the next slide, how big do you think is the creator economy? Anyone has any guesses? And creator economy, from influencer marketing to content creators to affiliate marketing, so anything that's around user-generated content to influence people, to create cultures, and to shift cultures. What was that? Getting closer. Good number. the triple Bs? 60 trillion? Good. I mean, so if the total addressable market, that's a big number. So what do you think the total addressable market is in terms of value? So that's. So we're gonna go to the next slide, and the total addressable market is 485 billion. And so why should you care about it? So they did a study on that actually. So I'm looking to see what are the numbers in Sachs. And I called you. And it was like, oh my God, Goldman Sachs. Damn. We'll go into the studies, have a debate, no problem. No, it's okay. No, that's fine. We can do. I love debating. So 485. So why? Yeah. So why should you care about the creator economy? And I know this is San Francisco. The content creator is not very popular in here. It's more an LA thing. But everything is about brand. Even with AI, doesn't matter what companies, doesn't matter what you do. At the end of the day, people associate you with your brand. That's how they find you. That's how they use your product. So that's why it's so important, both as an entrepreneur and as a creator. So we're going to go over a couple of points how we can take advantage with AI, what to do with the creator economy as an entrepreneur and creator to move forward, and what's the current state, concerns, and some solutions and ideas. So in terms of the current content creators, in terms of different studies, we can talk about it. And how do they make their money? Only 4% of them make over 100 grand a year. Most of them don't actually make much money out of it. But the ones who do, 70% make money out of brand deals. And the rest of them are very tiny amounts, so they don't make really much money out of it. I was starting to see and talking to some of the friends who are successful in that industry to see what separates successful content creators from non-successful content creators. Same with podcasts. And what do you think it is? What's the main factor that separates them between like the people who make it, quote unquote, in the content economy and make a living out of it and have a name? What was that? To make them successful, start your own YouTube channel. So that's very important, which we're going to get to differently how AI can help. That's it. Exactly. Consistency is the number one most important factor that separates them. I read somewhere that most people who start podcasts don't make past episode 10 or 20, some crazy number like that. Means most people just give up. So consistency is key. If you can go to the next slide. So what's the process for becoming a content creator and influencer? Why is it important? I used to make fun of them. I was awesome. Influencers, come on. Joke, right? Content creators, who wants that? I don't want to remember about what? Nothing. So if you've ever tried creating content for yourself or your company, do it for 30 days to see how much work it is. It's hard. It seems oh, they're doing nothing, and make fun of them, the events and different things. It's a full-time, not only a full-time job, it's a triple full-time job. Especially if you're on your own, especially if you don't outsource it, you're not using or pre-AI. So you have to come up with what to write about. You have to come up with ideas that people actually care about. Grab them, and you got to record it, you got to edit it. And if you're on the pro side, you need a makeup artist, organizer, sets, driving here. So the costs are really high, the time is really high, and you're running out of time. So we can next slide. So this is a 90-year human life in years. Don't want to be dramatic, but it's very short. And most people who have ideas, they have passions, and they want to pursue them, spend most of their time doing stuff they really don't like, but it's part of the process. It has to be done to get there. how do we maximize this with AI when it comes to content creation to make sure we can move faster, enjoy the process more, and get to what we want? Go to the next slide. So here's where AI and creators, let's see what are the use cases. I know the term AI, obviously, as you know, it's a very broad term and became mainstream. OpenAI, ChatGPT, obviously, most people were using AI through video editing, the photos, iPhones are pre-processed, many layers. If we can go to the next slide. So there, I would say, 3 different ways that AI can help content creators, and then after that we get to entrepreneurs. One of them is AI as the creator's co-pilot. So it actually helps along the way. And the second one, we'll get there later. The second one is when you can actually clone yourself, the social replica of yourself in society. You can clone yourself on your behalf, but you still control it. And they'll have pros and cons. I'm not suggesting one is better than the other or recommending it, but these are some of the ways that I've seen people are doing and, seeing successful. And the third one is you don't even clone yourself and you don't even use it as a co-pilot. You clone somebody else that does not exist at all on your behalf. And using AI is the face of your brand. It's shifting culture for good or for bad, which is dangerous. Now, if we go to the next slide, so we talked about that as well. So, what are some current ways? There's just some examples. There are probably like dozens of different tools right now every day that are coming out. How do we use AI as our co-pilot? So, for example, for photos, we can use AI to train new photos with Dream Booth. And for content creators, they don't have to wear different clothing to go different places, different outfits. They can just generate it on the spot. And for brands, like there are many companies and stuff. One of them is Deep Agency that can hire your AI version of the models that you gave access to the website. So you give the website the permission to your persona, and then they train the model and says, "Oh, I want you in this outfit in Malibu." Boom, you're generated. No photographer needed, no videographer needed. They can test it as much as they want with very low cost. We go to the next slide. So this one is when you actually create and create it with AI. If we can go to the next one as well. And these are some of the examples. So some of the tools we talked about, like Stable Diffusion, or the automations. None of the influencers even real. This one has 3.6 million followers on TikTok. Good engagement. So they're not fake followers. They're getting 100 plus views on per video. So imagine how much culture and influence they have to change society, which could be good used in good ways or in bad ways, which could be pretty dangerous. Now, if we go to the next one. This one was very interesting as well when it comes to content creation, media, what's real, what not. I saw somebody post it, and I hear that more production companies in Hollywood are approaching it. And I remember, I don't know if you all remember that a couple of days ago, it was weeks ago, that the writers had the little protest, right? It was interesting because around the same time they were protesting, came out. Maybe after we don't. Next slide. No, you can look it up. It's called The Great Gatsby, and it's a full trailer based on the Great Gatsby movie. Full on, the video is generated by AI, audio is generated by AI, it was directed by AI, the full generated by AI. It's full on AI. Using Runway ML Gen 2, using Stable Diffusion, and some AI voice as well. So if we don't get to play it, you can look it up on YouTube. It's fascinating. Obviously, it's not as smooth. It right now looks like animation and Disney back in like the first Mickey Mouse. You can see where it's going. It's very interesting. Now we go to next. Next one is about music, content creation, music, and AI. How many of you have heard the AI Drake song? Heard of it? So they're creating more and more AI. If you go to the next slide, well, more and more AI songs and remixes from different singers and artists, obviously without their permission. So much so, there's a new website about different artists and mixed voices. So they're taking down on YouTube and different platforms as fast as they can because it's not permitted. But now artists only have a couple of choices. So what do we do in this situation? We can either completely ban it, say we can't use AI because it blocks creativity. According to them, that's what their statement was, I think, from Drake's side. Because it blocks creativity, it's bad, so we don't use it. So that's option number one, fully block it. Option number two, we say, all right, artists can use it, but nobody else because they're not allowed to. There's another option, kind of like a hybrid in between. That's what some artists are doing right now. And when you license your voice and your persona, and you say, all right, you use my AI version and get royalty out of it. So that's very interesting. We go to the next slide. One thing, one of the last slides I'm going to talk about, and I know other people talked about it a lot more, it's extremely important with blockchain. It's authenticity. Now, know that you are actually you that you're talking. If your voice can be replicated, your video can be replicated, your audio can be replicated, how do you know it's not you? You know, when you talk or call someone, it's not you. That's where the blockchain, it's a big, big
We've been talking about this. That's right.
And privacy, I know some other folks talked about it too, so I don't want to re-talk about it. And education is a big part. One interesting thing I noticed about this, little unofficial study I did is when you show AI content generated stuff to people and they don't know it's generated by AI, they like it. They're like, oh, it's cool. Like if you say some random human generated. The second word, artificial, comes. There's a stigma about artificially generated stuff that's not human.
Can I self-indulge for a second?
Absolutely.
I launched a product in 2009 on the iPhone, which basically we launched the world's largest audio guide. It was picked up by Apple. Everything basically had 300,000 points of interest on day one, all voiced, because we scraped Wikipedia and we ran it through Apple's text-to-speech, and we stored MP3s in the cloud, and nobody knew it wasn't a real person. We weren't trying to fake it out, but that's still AI.
You're way ahead of the time. And so education is a big part, and that stigma is very interesting. So that comes back to the question of what is actually artificial? Is AI, of course, artificial intelligence? Is it really artificial, or is it just a form of human evolution? Because humans evolved and became the sole super intelligent, say, on Earth because of our intelligence. We create a tool. Sometimes I think, let's say, chimps are like, us to AGI in the future. Do we think the same thing? So it's an interesting evolution to talk about. And to go to the next slide. So what to do as a creator? You are a content creator. You can start implementing, see how you can, edit your videos. There are many tools out there that they auto edit, they create photos, the on-device local, and also in the future, diffusion models like stable diffusion are going to be key for privacy, so that's extremely important. And so what to do, next slide please, as an entrepreneur. So you saw the TAM of the market, and there are many ways that you can empower content creators because they're going to be, because attention is the new oil, is a new currency. Whatever we do is about attention. Human life, all of our interactions are about attention. So content creation is going to go nowhere, and there are big opportunities in there that can be taken advantage of and push the humanity forward in that aspect. Next slide, please.
All right, we have a short Q&A because we're running behind here. So let's get one good question. So if you don't think your question's like shit, keep your hand down. Who's got the question? It'll be like a mic drop question, and then we'll see if the mic drops with the answer.
Let's do it.
That was a mic drop question. Let's move on, and then we can talk after. We've got beers. We've got about 20 minutes, 30 minutes of talk, and we're going to party down. So, Val, come on up. Thank you, Leo.
Appreciate it.
Get Val's slide up.
All right, we're at the end of the day, so I'm going to be merciful and have just one slide here. My name is Val Berkovici, and I want you to be part of my fourth act as a contribution to the community. You heard Jeremiah just half an hour ago talk about some of the key requirements as a GPT entrepreneur, an AI entrepreneur, to monetize, to actually be able to build the principal business that he would invest in. You just heard, Leo talk about the creator economy. And what I want to do is propose a community and a project around an AI bill of materials. Why is this important? Well, first of all, why should we do this? I've done this in the past with Amazon. I've helped Amazon take the S3 cloud storage standard, we're ubiquitous for everything now, and make that an international standard consumed by ByteDance, and Baidu, and Tencent, and China, and so forth. A year later, I actually worked with Eric Balderschweiler out of Yahoo, if anyone remembers Yahoo, and we created the Hadoop open source project and ecosystem. In about 2015, I was in the room with some folks from Google that had an internal project called Borg, and we created the Kubernetes open source project. If you use Kubeflow, you're welcome. And so we can do this again, and it's essential that we do this again, because as Jeremiah even said an hour ago, if you move to an enterprise, and you don't have simple, objective, auditable proof that the that you're using, that the features you're engineering, that the parameters and the weights and vectors that you're generating don't comply with their enterprise requirements, you're going to get the essential proprietary data for your business. So that's playing defense. It's very much to the AI safety concerns that Sam Altman and Gary Marcus and Christine Montgomery talk about in front of the Senate. A couple of days later in front of the House, there was a whole discussion around copyright law and actually compensating creators. Creators need permission to use their data for training data. Creators want credit when there's an output generated based on our training data. And they want money, want compensation. And all of that is satisfied by an AI bill of materials ecosystem and more and more open source projects that actually do that. So that's my simple proposal here, because I was asked to keep it short, which is if you're interested, copy my QR code, connect on LinkedIn, and we can make Kubernetes and Kubeflow happen all over again, but for the Gen AI community. You want 5 plus QA.
Thank you, Val. We're getting a little QA? Yeah. All right, now you don't have to worry about your question. Up, go. Okay.
Maybe restate the question.
Yeah, exactly. The question was around how we scale application of LLM on proprietary enterprise data when there's multiple domains involved and multiple models involved. I don't have an easy answer for you there. That's the whole point of the community. Is we get together, we discuss these issues. We figured out, again, the tooling ecosystem is already vast. Whether you're using the older ground-up models or whether you're using the foundational models, the tooling system and ecosystem is already vast. It's about adding a layer on top of that, not replacing any one of those tools, but that gives authenticity. We like to say provenance and lineage at the very least. If you can demonstrate that objectively, we have a lot of good contributions about how Web3 and blockchain technologies, regardless of which coin you prefer, can actually implement this, again, in a permissionless manner, as we like to say, objectively. That's the way to do it. And again, a community approach, an open source approach is the recipe. It's been proven before. It's going to happen again.
Great. Well, let's let Ben come on up because we got 2 more talks and then a little wrap up and then some fun.
Awesome. Hi everyone. My name is Ben Holland. I work at Accenture. It's like the biggest own company, like 800,000 employees now mostly work in the background. In the background of every Fortune 1000 company. And right now, almost all the C-suites of all our clients come to ask how do they survive the current AI revolution. And basically, a question of survival is if any 10 times more productive than the others who don't keep up with it are going to survive. So for us, it's actually pretty exciting now because companies need to transform and change, and that's where external consulting firms or engineering firms come in. So, and we split the world of our companies in like 30 different industries and 30 different business functions, and then have use cases and solutions for all of those. And yeah, what's oh, nothing. Okay, I'm a little. I just jumped in. I only have 5 minutes, right? So, what I we can banter. Banter, yeah. Let's actually see me. We go way back. I used to build apps back in the day, and I also build apps. Companies that are fully autonomous AI organizations that just run by itself, make money, and grow. And that's when we met back in the iPhone, Android days, and yeah.
Just post or during the bust, it was 2009 when I launched that app that I mentioned, and doing lots of meetups and just pimping our stuff around town. And
yeah,
that was the bust before the boom, before the bust, before this boom.
Yeah, now this is really exciting time. Today's AI day, but I feel like in San Francisco especially, every day is AI day. Like we're having like every Wednesday. So just a quick announcement at our studio. We're making an event at the park where we invite people. It's like our AI Wednesday. Happy to know you all. And yeah, so and every
on Salesforce Plaza there.
Yeah, Salesforce Park. All our AI our clients with pretty much everything their own internal LLM brain right now, training it on their own internal proprietary data. They all just want to get more efficient. It's recession, so a company thing is pretty simple. We need to help them to reduce their costs or increase their revenues. That's 2 goals. No, that's what the McKinseys do. So, so we actually build real stuff.
Oh, great. Okay. So tell us a lot. I'm curious about, we've known each other for a long time, but so what is your role at the organization, and what is that domain that you're heading up?
Yeah, so we are actually in the Salesforce tower, and we have 5 floors. And Salesforce is just releasing 6 more floors, so maybe we'll take them. But we just have a base and invite all our clients from all over the world to come to us. And then it's like a therapy session. The CEO comes, tells us all their problems, or what like we have all these questions. What makes, why can't you sleep at night? What's the biggest struggles? And they basically tell us everything that's going on, and then it's just like a conversation, like figure out what could work, and then you need to prescribe something, either like a pill or a plan. So it's like being a doctor for the comp. So I'm a doctor.
Ah, doctor. Okay, I'm impressed.
And yeah, but one problem was that a lot of companies, their executives, they fly to Silicon Valley because they can expense the whole trip, and they want to see San Francisco and all, and we have to kind of entertain them. So at some point I felt like a executive entertainer, but now we need to always put together the deal. Needs to be like at least $1 million deal or something. Otherwise, they can't. We're not gonna
More
hang
expensive.
out. Yeah. Yeah. So corporate world is yeah, always big numbers, but yeah, you gotta balance all the costs. And we were wondering how does consulting change with all this AI? Consulting used to be mostly just Googling faster than the client, so just
Or for the clients that didn't know how to Google.
yeah. So there's a lot of people who don't know how to Google,
And now there's a lot of people that don't know how to AI.
yeah, there's a lot of people who don't know
So
how
your
to
business
chatbot.
is going to go through the roof.
Yeah, so it's now we need ChatGPT stuff before the client does. So we're the human interface, because companies is run by people, some even in their last years who want to retire. And they formulate things very in ways that a machine might not understand. They just say like make it pop or just get it done and just fix it. So
very, very clear direction.
yes, yeah. So it's basically we still need this interface between the human and the machine, even if it gets simpler. Yeah, there's still a lot to do, and anyone in
just to hit is that that's like the hallmark of really successful humans is to delegate a lot, delegate as much as possible, and that's what AI is there for. So now we can even delegate more.
yeah. So I mean, I would say automated almost workers, co-pilots. You hear that everywhere. Everyone is almost going to be like an augmented human, an augmented worker. And I mean, we have now robots on the floor that bring us a coffee or a little robotic station. Once you have LLMs planted into the robotic brain, you can even talk to them, and you just when something repetitive, you go to the robot and you just keeps doing it. So it's going to be way more fun. All the boring stuff's going to be done by AI.
So we can all be like CEOs of our AI minion. And
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, I think so. I'm envisioning a future where things are going to visually change, because AI is all happening in the background on huge servers. But now, it's starting to have self-driving cars. We have little things driving around in the office, bring us stuff. We'll have a little robot pet at home that doesn't poop, and then we'll have all these little freight cars. So we're actually we're now also a robotics company. We're helping companies build their factory lines and all their robotic automation. So it's basically just another API. All what needs to be done.
Wow. So that's a little futurism there. And maybe we have time for a couple questions, and then we have another futurist thinker coming on the stage to kind of bring us to the euphoric future, or the end of humanity. But yeah. Economic. So yeah, referring to economic busts that impact the whole community and the tech world. Well, you said layoffs, and in terms of the question was, well, it hasn't really busted. So that's more of a industry-wide, but it's not just this industry. It's across the board. So I would call it a bust in terms of not just the financial markets. So if you just look at the financial markets, those are certain kinds of busts. But this bust is actually pumping the financial markets because humans at work.
Hey Ben, this is a question for you. So it sounds like you lead the AI practice for Accenture in the San Francisco Bay Area, connecting customers and maybe companies in the Bay Area? Is that?
Yeah, so we have like 1,000 data and AI engineers, or most are like data scientists, and yeah, because our 100,000 of people, there are more other countries. This is actually our most expensive. Yeah. But the clients are the big companies. I mean, you know, most of the big tech companies, they have more contractors than actual employees. Like we have 10,000 of employees and multiples of 10,000 of employees of contractors at these big tech companies. And yeah, they always, especially right now, like Google, they need help like crazy to catch up with what's on. They're way behind, and they are great. They are.
Are you allowed to say that? Are you allowed to say this?
Well, we work with everyone.
Okay.
So,
It's in the press.
yeah.
They demoed it.
Yeah.
So I have a invitation. I know Ben will stick around because we're drinking buddies back, here and there. And he hosts, if you come to one of the Wednesday evening gatherings, it's basically a beer garden up there, like right in the shadow, or it's actually the other side of the Salesforce Tower. So we're actually in the sun while it's going down. But I invite everybody to get on your list and tell people maybe how to find you and how to do that. And then Ben, I'm sure, will also be at Modern X later on.
Yes,
for
I'm a
mutual friends.
proud member.
Yeah, Tong, who was going to announce her product tonight, was putting some finishing touches on it here, but it's her birthday there, so we'll probably get a demo over there for a very spicy AI product.
Yeah, Tong is awesome, and please come to her AI birthday party. It's an AI DJ playing. There's like an AI lounge.
For not being here. Give her shit for not being here.
Yeah, no.
Just Tong, this is for you. Okay, I know you're watching us. I'm just joking. See you later.
But no, she actually had to fix because she's launching it, and there was an issue, so she had to code because the AI.
That's a good excuse. I accept that.
It's supposed to program it itself, but it's not advanced enough yet. So, the future app, that's what I'm waiting for. Is you just say it, and it builds itself and just works.
Cool. On it, Philip. Working on it.
Awesome.
Okay. Thank you very much, and let's bring Jonathan Brill up, and he's our martini shot of the day.
There you go.
Excellent. We got that one backwards. There we go. You're not supposed to see that side. In the future, everything will work. I see a couple people I know. They're not many. Just 4 seconds about me. I was the global futurist at HP. I run intelligence agencies. You might be around being an evangelist for various larger places around town. But the real thing I do is I help organizations, I help leaders think about the future, figure out what actually has to happen next. So in public, I talk about the happy, joyous future. In private, I talk about a lot of the stuff that the last fellow was talking about with CEOs, about what the heck do we do with what's next. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what I'm curious about and what I'm confused by right now, specifically as we start to think about how to put AI on our org charts, right? We've had 6 months now of fun consumer games, but we're starting to really see companies like Accenture dive in, figure out what's next. We're starting to see demand from customers, meaningful demand. I've got 4 questions I've been thinking about. I've got 400 for today. And the first is, what will change and what can't? My organization, we track 10 major trends that are shaping the world. And they break into 3 major buckets. Tech, inside and out. Look at economics. In business, we typically have people who are trained in microeconomics, right? What happens in the business, but much less understanding of what happens in the larger environment. And we're going to see a lot more change in the next couple of years. U.S.-China relations, right? Tying to chip issues right now. For instance, labor shortages. We've had projections that by 2030 there will be a 1 million person shortage of high skill, by which I mean 4-year degree graduates in California alone. So this is going to be a massive issue across all of the G20 countries aside from India, which will have about 1 million high skill extra workers they can hopefully export to China. To California. So the question that I ask is, in this world, AI, this amazing thing, all of these technologies are amazing, but they exist within this larger milieu. And so the question I have is what can change and what can't? That's a thing we need to be thinking a lot right now. The next question is out in an economy, right? It's basically a network of production, distribution, consumption. Kind of like what happens, in a neural network. And when the network changes, new things become possible, right? And so in an economy, when the network changes, new things become possible too, but it creates new points of control in that network. And we've seen this happen a number of times over the last several centuries. And I know that engineers like maps. It's a weird thing, but you do. So I'm going to show you some maps of how networks have changed and shifted economics. In the agricultural era in the United States, we moved all of our goods by rivers. We still move much more than by rivers, but the points of control in the United States were in New Orleans, right, coming up and down the Mississippi, and in New York, going down the Hudson River. As we moved into the rail era, what we saw is that the points of control changed. Cities that were on the coast, cities like Savannah, Georgia, and cities like Milan, Ohio, where Thomas Edison was born, just on the corner of Lake Erie. A canal went through both cities. And the reality is they were great places to live. They were economically productive. But when the rails came through, they didn't connect through those towns. And so they became bed and breakfast communities that they are today. When we think about the information era, what happened was there was government R&D funding, went disproportionately to MIT, went disproportionately to Stanford, consolidated around those areas. Congratulations, good move living here. My question is, in the world of AI, in the world of whatever happens next, what are those points of control? Because that's how you're going to capture wealth. That's how you're going to create value. That's how you're going to become a sustainable business. We're hearing a lot now about things like chips. We're hearing a lot about things like data. I'd look a level deeper. What is the ability to access electricity among providers of compute? What is the ability to build infrastructure, to build those data centers fast enough among the Googles, the Microsofts, the Amazons? Because that's actually what's going to shape what's next. The things we're talking about now are transitory. The things I'm talking about, these are decisions that were made 5, 7 years ago and will play out for 5 or 7 years from now. They'll shape the networks of the future. So how are you going to capture? How are you going to create value? In the last presidential election, Andrew Yang, he came out and he was really busy talking about the death of the trucker, how self-driving cars are going to destroy the trucker. Now, there are a whole bunch of issues, macro issues with truckers, like they're retiring out, lots of infrastructure issues, lots of problems with the argument. But the bottom line problem with the argument is he was talking about the way that truckers spend time, right? Is the job of the trucker really to turn the wheel left or right? Like, I can get a chimpanzee to do that. The job of the trucker, the value they create, is that they protect the cargo, they protect the people, they deal with the edge case. It's the same thing that stagecoach drivers were doing 200 years ago. Nothing changed. But what is becoming incredible in the age of automation is how do we spend our time versus how do we create our value? Is an organization that's thinking about what you're doing next, what you're inventing next. I think about that, not just how do you make things move faster, but how do you create value? What is the underlying thing that you're trying to capture and trade? And then the last question I've been asking is, what is now untrue? Right? It's so easy to walk through the world, especially working at the speed of Silicon Valley, and forget that at the speed that we move, things we assume are increasingly untrue faster and faster and faster and faster. I think we're at kind of a Donald Rumsfeld moment, right? In the run-up to Iraq, or during the Iraq War, he said, hey, there are these things we know, there are these things we know we don't know, there are these things we don't know we know, and there are these things we can't imagine, these unknown unknowns. And we failed at that last piece, right? We failed to understand what is the size of Pandora's box and what would happen if something came out of it. I think we need to reassess many of our core assumptions about how we'll succeed in our businesses, how we will build our economies, and what our businesses, what our workforces look like moving forward. So this is a little bit small, but this is a study I did in 2018. In the gray is how we spend our time in the U.S., according to the Bureau of Statistics, at different tasks throughout the year. So we do a lot of predictable work on the left, going over to what we believe are higher value expertise, like managing people, applied expertise, on and so forth. And let's call it, we were focusing here on predictable physical work data analysis. Simple things, repeated tasks that we thought we could get rid of. This is a study I did of a consumer products firm and the potential by 2027, 2030 of automating tasks within the firm. Now, remember, we invented the internet and it got us much more efficient, and so we invented Facebook and we came up with ways to drive that efficiency down. So I'm not saying to happen, I'm saying this is what is possible. Here are the functions of a business, whether it's your sales operations, engineering, supply chain, services, so on and so forth. On the right are where the task automation potential is. It's what those guys at Accenture are doing all day long. What gets me really curious happens on the right here with unpredictable physical work, right? Waymo a lot slower than promised, but on the road, right? Stakeholder management. Well, something really interesting happened. We discovered that ChatGPT has better bedside manner than doctors, right? What does that mean, to have something that's able to deal with people better than, especially when you're looking at managing people? And then apply expertise, right? Let's be clear, we taught ChatGPT to pass the bar exam. It's never going to be a better lawyer, I don't think, than my lawyer. Really mean. But it's going to be a much better $3 lawyer than my lawyer. And most legal problems, that's good enough. So I think in a world, and I think we need to reassume much of what we thought about competition, strategy, operations simultaneously. Particularly, I think we need to think about compensation. Clearly, it's not what Accenture does, Kinsey does. But we have an underlying belief that if you have 1,000 people that you control, you're somehow more valuable than someone who controls one person. But what if you control one person and 1,000 that are running 1,000 processes within an organization? What's the value of that? What does that look like? This is going to be the really interesting question in hiring moving forward over the next 5 years in your businesses. It's going to play out in the political landscape. It's going to play out across the world. It leads me to one last question. I'm going to run out of time here, but I think this is the question we should all be asking. We're going to start to automate judgment. We're going to start to automate high-quality decision-making. And if you can automate judgment, is it valuable? Because that's what we pay the big money for. What are you curious about? What are you confused by? If I'm not mistaken, Steve, it's time for drinks. Thank you.
Stay up here for a second.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you asked a question. What are we curious about?
Yeah.
And you said it's time for drinks.
Yeah.
I think everybody wants drinks for sure. But are they curious about drinks? I think we know what it feels like to hold cold beer and drink a cold beer and feel it refreshing you top to bottom.
Sure.
And some people, there's other drinks for people that don't drink beer. But the question, what do you, what are you curious about? Or let's get like 3. This is limited to 3. Restate the question, and I'll run the mic.
Yeah, so the question is, this has been an unbelievable day with so many ideas. It feels like San Francisco is coming back to life. I mean, it feels like 1998 again. Like it's nuts happening. It's gone from nothing to this, and I'm excited. And so there's so much going on, and I'm curious what you're curious about, what you're confused by, because everything, it feels like it's new again.
And we're not saying we have the answers, right?
I got no answers.
Okay.
Question.
Because I don't have any answers.
Yeah. that requires a consulting engagement.
Right. Ben, where are you? Okay. Who wants to raise your hand?
I agree. It does feel like 98 all over again. What can we learn from the past, both good and bad?
Say that again?
What can we learn from 1998 and that energy and excitement, and then 2001, the dot bomb bust?
To pay attention to the
questions. Let me just interrupt for a second
Sorry.
and say, I think these questions are like prompts for our drink conversations, everybody to ask and answer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, part of the reason I brought up these big issues was there was no understanding of macroeconomics and no understanding of macro strategy in Silicon Valley in '98. It was a bunch of engineers making cool stuff. And it caused a huge problem. It caused a huge hiccup. When we look at the bigger picture, I think it helps inform our strategy. It helps us inform our operations. It increases the reliability of success when you pair actual, continuous development approaches we use. Yeah. I was like, hey, a human and AI being curious and confused, and that's pretty damn good.
So I'm going to do this under a minute.
Yeah.
It's already gone 56 seconds. Okay, here, this is open sourcing to everyone. I don't understand, we all have our favorite celebrities, right, in this entire world. I don't understand how you can potentially authentically create your favorite celebrity. I have an obsession with a guy who owns a record label called Ausla, and that guy's name is Skrillex. I think he's great. But
He's
I
fantastic.
will never in a million years hang out with Skrillex in this form, right? So my question is, I really want to outsource his creativity under 30 seconds, and so I can collaborate with him on music, right?
Yeah.
But it's such an impossible task because its current state makes you feel, and I don't want to say this, like an incel when you can communicate with the current chatbots, because it's so super inauthentic. And so I think this is a great market because Skrillex has the money for it, right? So who can solve this?
You might have an answer. I have an idea.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so the more I'm learning about LLMs and how
AI works, the more I realize how much I am basically operating like AI. I'm just playing nearest neighbor. Like, what's the next word that comes out of my mouth? It's doing the same process. So, you know, maybe possibility, like what if what if my corpus, before I die, I create an LLM? Like, how inauthentic is that? Maybe it's just as authentic as I am. Maybe it's more authentic than I am.
But it's still secondary to you alive, so you have to die for this to be possible.
Coexist with it also.
But then it's worse than doing it with people already.
Value judgments. Worse. I just pinged on worse. So who knows? Is it worse? Is it better? We don't live in it yet, but we will, and we'll have judgments about it.
And I'd add to that one build on that. So I wrote a book. I've got a huge corpus of writing. It's Rogue Waves, if anybody cares. But I turned it into a chatbot, and so I literally am having conversations with myself. And it's fascinating how much it teaches me. I'm.
The question we all ask.
But I get frustrated with myself. Answer to the question, because my LLM self is not able to hold up a conversation for more than 10 minutes.
Maybe it makes you a better person.
It makes me more compassionate with the AI. Yeah.
Yeah. Or if it wasn't the AI faltering on the tech of the AI, maybe it would make one more compassionate with themselves.
So this gets into a whole area that I'm really interested in, which is this idea of AI as coach, right? This is what I was talking about, like stakeholder management, personnel management, right? Like, be that even the best coaches aren't really good, and it might be that even if we are the most intelligent species on Earth, by our own definition, that doesn't mean that we're particularly intelligent on any scale beyond Earth. So what does that mean to have potentially significantly more intelligent or compassionate ways to interact with each other, manage each other?
I don't know that. As we told the bridge troll people, for those who don't get it. Anyway, question number 3. 3 questions.
3 questions.
First, what is your name? Second, what is your quest? Third.
Hi, my name is Saurabh.
Saurabh.
Yeah, and my question is, where do you see human civilization 100 years down the line?
I think that's a great question. I deal with the world in the 3 to 7 year cycle. So this is science fiction prognostication, right? We will have to go through a transformation as a species. This is realizing like a beer conversation, but we'll have to go through a significant transformation as a species, because we can't continue to thrive with billions of more people having access to resources and a say in the matter. Exactly what's going to happen, which I think is the greatest thing in history. So we're going to have to figure out how we get through that moment. At the other side of that will be a radically different humanity. I hope a radically better one.
You want to drop that mic?
Done.
No, don't break it. Where's Jordan? He'll get angry. Okay, thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, brother.
And just before we start, livening it up a little bit, want to invite up all the people that helped make this happen. We've got the team, the Dow Planet team that ran Dow Denver, came on board. So Elijah, Dr. Spino, come on up. Liz, come on up. I'm going to switch the slide. We even got our own slide because we were jealous. And then Jordan, if you're here, anybody that's helped out, like late night yesterday, all the members want to thank ARC 355, also known as, or previously known, I don't want to give up the Homebrew Crypto Club.
Crypto Club is still real. This is the space, and it's co-working space, 24-hour access. It's $69 a month, so it's really hard to beat. If you're in the area, it's worth having just an office to slip into in San Francisco. Highly recommended for just great environment. People are into AI, crypto, all the cutting edge tech here, no judgments, just build. That's the attitude.
Yeah, thank you for hosting us. Thank you for the upgrades and contributing and participating. Fun stuff. One thing I want to say, so started Aiify because AI is going to be part of everything. You know, it's just inevitable that AI touches everything in our lives. I want to find out who's doing what and create a conversation, create community like we do in the Web3 space. Just a place, an umbrella for us all to come together to share ideas and maybe create businesses, create products, make money, lose money, who knows. If anybody wants to be part of this in the future, I'd love to do these on a very regular basis. I would love to get sponsors. Next time I'll spend maybe less time on speakers and more time on sponsors. No offense. You know, we had great speakers, and I love offering the space and the airtime to as many people as possible that are part of the conversation. So contact me if you've got ideas, you want to be part of it. Love to grow this into a movement. And I'll pass the mic and people can share what they want out of this and other things.
Cool. Well, thank you all for coming. I think I learned a ton today. That's kind of my goal of getting involved with this. Is just like, yeah, like get on the work, go for it. I've been working data science for a while, so I was like, I can't not do AI. It just happened to work out that I was able to come and out. So thanks, Steve. Thanks, everyone. And
you guys, we did it. It's Aiify's first AI day. Thanks for coming. So glad you're here. I had fun doing all the design for this. I love meeting all you guys. You're all so smart. I learned so much. And let's build a great future together.
I already did a bit. If you're interested in connecting with me personally, I'm StarPaw on all of the different media, so happy to connect with people. I've helped launch dozens of NFT projects, hundreds of DAOs. So if you're interested in working collectively and figuring out what collective work can mean for whatever you're engaged in, whatever mission you're pushing, I'm really happy to talk about those things. I've been involved in unions and things like that for decades, so I've been about this DAO vibe for a while. That's it.
And just one last thing. I think we didn't get too into it, but we did touch on Web3 here. I think there's a lot of the conversations that I'm having, so I want to invite people to think about decentralized autonomous organizations or just decentralized cooperative organizations, discos, DAOs, whatever you want to call them, as a great vehicle for the community to retain control over the work product. So I'd like to see more open source projects operate as decentralized, tokenized, where everybody has a vote, where it brings the power of crypto. It's not about speculating on currencies. It's about using tools to build what we need to take this all forward. So love to have more of these conversations and see where we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you all. No questions, please.
It is, yeah. I didn't get here. You've been straight frame. Oh, that one is... Well, I mean, right now, like the last week, like you are, you're on.
It's not a large thing. Give some time to rehire people. I would say that before 8 months, maybe a year. You're training them. Yeah. It'll be like way less getting to know, just getting to know the people. In theory, and then they go back to your data, they change the right to you'll your data real adjustments where you'll be able to think it's I got my dream job but it will happen. Like I went through because otherwise like I'm actually very enlightening to do it. But they know you guys are doing these things that are not liars. Yeah, you're crossing massive lines. And my evidence for this is get great away from you. Or you make when they get to hire you, you're not actually doing that in the back. And then they will say yes or no. And if they have provided to them, yes, but what makes it great for you? You know, when you get to 11 people, get to 4, and then you get back and you tell them that you are, then you think about what you're doing. I think that's probably and only not really do that. They don't know really how to get it into the account. Everybody knows they know right. And maybe companies, all of them have and then by the time like figure out what you want to do areas, companies have always maybe running is good. What are you working on? So I'm really excited So by the way, yes, just do it. But for that, like, I think it's oh my God, all people are just this and this, you are an expert in that. I do that students on LinkedIn reach out and say, hey, do you want to talk about this and that? You give me a bit of background, what they want to say, recommendations, whatever. But what it's way more than just getting information and after that now you have to specific on LinkedIn. Right, that's what I'm trying to say. You have to go this is the best, your best bet. Remember you need to remember that you're still learning about this is your passion. The hiring is going through. Whatever they like, they implement whatever. It's so cool and implement so so that speed is high quality. High quality is high quality is so much more than you want. And we try to exchange they will stop getting back to the looking for a job. No one wants to buy this field house. Those things will actually very simple. But it needs to be thought through. How much time everyone else can have this and it's very simple. You are going to decide about what you're talking about. And that's all. Get back to the wrong territory. Like, that's literally going to be their fight for the game. Yeah. So it starts with you want to be known as a person who's taking others. There's something you want to be passionate about that you like the most. And maybe tomorrow it's something else. You know? Go and be specialized. It could be type of engineering, it could be processes, it could be about energy, it could be use the future, it could be things that matter to you. Then you need to take a look. I told you that in America, it's AI. AI is wonderful, right? So it is more about a certain kind of technology, or a certain kind of application, or a certain level of work. And I would say it's autonomous driving. Autonomous driving is still great. So you could also go down to risk management in self-driving, consumer accounts, or last mile delivery routes. And yes, you have to educate you on your road experience, maybe knowledge about technologies, programming, where you can say, I'm an expert. I'm interested in that. After you course, you do a few months, and you start to develop you're going to learn more, and you're going to contribute. People are going to have demands. You're going to see where you're there, and you're going to go very quickly. You will see people look at you. Like I would say no. I say yes. But the reason people are starting beginning of January is Friday. I started thinking about product design. I love design. Which interested me in the area, which also interested me in the so it makes like a visualize focus enough that you seem to do. It's like a get. And usually you combine two things. You could combine self-driving and risk management. You could combine a new programming language with financial
else put that?